Man, the weatherman come. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Path of the Exile. All right. Today the internet's gonna behave. We're gonna believe in our internet. All right. Oh, we gotta hit the share dashboard real quick. Want to make sure play the ad, get it out of the way, so when people actually join, there won't be an ad, hopefully. And then we're gonna get right into the notes again. Nice. Let's open POEDB skills. We also I lost that page, unfortunately, that I was had open the other day. Not Top Chef. That's not what I was looking for. Like I didn't give it to anybody either, so it's gonna be just a bit of a bummer. There it is. Oh, my hair is a mess. Um, cool. Hopefully, no big disconnects today. All that jazz. We'll wait for ads to finish playing. We're gonna comb our hair a little bit. Oh my god, my hair is knotted. It's fine. I don't even need the hair. Take some of it out. So this is very cool. The tool that this guy, or not necessarily tool, but like the informational spreadsheet, I guess, that this guy gave. All right. Got a bunch of hair. Got to get rid of that later. See, the ad's done yet? We still have 2 minutes of ads. My goodness. We'll talk about what we talked about yesterday already before internet decided to crap itself. Just go brief over it. We went over a lot of stuff. I think we ended. Talking about we're in the gym socket changes area. We didn't make it super far because we talked a lot about random other shit. But yeah, hopefully it'll be really fun. But we did talk about Legion. I kind of makes me want to like not necessarily league start Legion. I guess it kind of is, but like after progression, my first farm after like Breach and Betrayal, I think I want to go in to Legion. I heard that Breach does have some nerfs, which we'll obviously read about. But I think I want to go to Region because I think I would love to get the currency right here. So I need to make sure that whatever build I play can either transition into a farmer of Legion or automatically will farm Legion by itself. Talk about Abyss. Abyss is really interesting as well, but unless one of the unique things is really, really cool, I don't necessarily need to farm it right away. We don't have the cord belt, so still need to farm it a little bit to get a Stygian. Unless our build we pick uses like a unique belt, that will work out better for us. Versus the Trappist, I'm mostly just going to be using this to, for extra currency, stuff like that. And then looking for warrants for my Lumen friends. Stuff like that. All right. We should be ads wrapped up now. So we're going to jump into the patch notes. We talked about quality thing. I think Gym Pocket Change thing is awesome. I have no skin in the game for caring about standard mirror prices, mirror items prices. So I don't really care about the whole things are white by default and not gray, blah 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 thing. Whatever. We talked about this stuff already. Corruption of locusts, trinkets, bestiary change. Um, so I think we were here when we stopped. Add the following new bridge cutting options to modify socket colors. At least 2 non-white sockets cost 5. At least 3 non-white sockets cost this much, and then 4. So it looks like they don't have a way to guarantee like 6 non-white sockets, at least not on the bench. Um, so that's gonna be a little bit of a little painful probably to get it done, but we'll see. I will say, unless I'm gonna try probably this mostly and try to roll for higher. This is a very steep cost between the two for just 2 more guaranteed sockets. But it depends on how common the command corps are. Crafting bench for red, green, and blue sockets has been removed. Fair. Crafting bench to reforge color a random socket item. Turning it white has been removed. Fair. Following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets. Diala's Lithification, Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal. Disney versions of these uniques are not affected by this change. Got it. So they could have white sockets before. It's just now you cannot get white sockets on these because it'll kind of like fuck the item, I guess. Okay, that makes sense. It makes like having no dials in the first place was crazy. Now have gem sockets always have quality bonuses from their socket color. It no longer has gem sockets in item ignoring socket color. Wait, it no longer has gems can be socketed in this item ignoring socket color. This is now default behavior. It now has green socket gems have 20 quality, previous 30%. Okay, so it's pretty much what we assumed it was. Okay, got it. Prior's Ring now gives more stuff based on what color it is. So more life based on if it's a red socket, more mana if it's a green socket, more energy shield if it's a blue socket. I want to say they have a thing for white too. They showed Pariah in the preview, I believe. Where's the content page? Here? No, that's not what I meant to do. Content reveal? Announcement page? Pariah, I think, is on here. And so with Pariah being on here, you can kind of see what it looks like. Here? So yeah, so white socket gives item rarity. That was the other one that was missing. I was like, something's missing from here. White socket gives rarity. That's not in the notes, though. I wonder if that's unchanged. If it was always just that, maybe? Who knows? Prismatic Eclipse Sword now gives 25 to 35 global physical damage per red socket. Previously 25% increased global per red socket. 10 to 14 global attack speed. Previously 12. And life leech. So all of it was buffed. Yeah, everything has a potential. Well, it depends on how the roll is, but potential buff. Before it was more static, and now they have roll ranges on stuff. Only global attack speed seems to have a lower floor but a higher ceiling, whereas everything else starts at the floor and has a higher ceiling. So that's fine. It'd be also interesting to see what kind of things people want to go for, you know? Like, do I care about the 10% extra quality, or do I just want to always force extra global attack speed for things? Stuff that kind of cool. Scavia unique sword no longer has physical attack damage leeches life per red socket, physical attack per blue socket, or global defenses per white socket, or global crit chance. So they just fully changed the item. Reading this is going to be a pain in the ass for me. Instead, it has area effect per red socket, global crit chance per blue socket, global defenses per empty socket. It is not affecting versions of this thing. In addition, it now has 10 to 15% chance to block while in offhand. Previously 8%. Global crit multi per green socket, and increased crit chance. It's up to 30 to 50% from 15 to 25. That's huge. Triad grip. Now it's following modifiers. When you use for physical fire per red socket, previously per. Oh, wait, per socketed red gem. Oh, so it's based off the gem now instead of the socket itself? Interesting. So in the end, it's kind of the same goal. Like, oh, if I wanted it to be fully converted to cold, I would have a 4 green thing anyway. So it ends up being the same, just mechanically different. It's tweaking. Untouched Element now has 12% all other reds for empty white socket on any equipped item. This items can be made worse with this. Oh, previously it was 18. So they nerfed the white socket specifically on the Untouched Soul. Okay. The Bow Pass Mastery provided accuracy per green socket on equipped bow. It was now been replaced with bonuses, increased bonuses to equip quiver. So they should remove the whole socket thing altogether for it. The staff passive provides 3% maximum life per red socket on equipped staff and 5% increased maximum mana per blue. On equipped staff is replaced with 12% increased maximum life and mana if your equipped staff has a blue and a red socket. So if you're going purely 4-1, like you wanted to just use all red before, it is a nerf because you would go up to 18. Wait, yes, you would go up to 18. Same thing with like mana, but it is easier now because now you can technically just have one of each and then still have some greens in there, and you get 12%. So that's not. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a nerf. I mean, I assume if you have a specific build that wanted to stack, use this mastery and stack like a lot of mana or life, then you're probably like, oh, shit. But overall, I think it's fine. 2 passive mastery that provided 10% increased armor per red socket as main weapon, and 10% increased evasion rating per green socket. Or so the same thing happened there. They just give you 30%. So you did lose a good bit from this one though, because this would be 60% increased armor for all red, and so it's halved. Whereas this one wasn't halved. I mean, it's almost halved, I guess. So a little bit worse, but still, I'm sure you're happy with this. So you don't have to worry about making an all red weapon, and you can just live off love. Enchantments on body armors. Those related to white sockets are now set to all sockets to blue, green, or no longer. Or those that so anything that changes socket color are no longer heist rewards, or from tailoring tempering orbs. Okay, so the one that guarantees socket colors don't exist anymore, which honestly was like one of the worst things for when I temper or tailor something. So I'm happy that that's out of there. It's fine. Enchantments on body armor related to. Oh, I read the part. The Omen of Blanching is renamed to Omen of Trichonism. Oh, that's the one that's on here, right? Guarantees at least one red, green, and blue socket. So it gives you the chrome colors. Vorici's Fortification Safe House rewards have also been adjusted. At rank 1, the reward bench rewards a number of sockets on an item 100 times. He's now become the greatest number of sockets, previously colors. Rank 2, it reforges the colors of the socket items 25 times, using the greatest number of non-white sockets. Okay, so the first one doesn't change colors. The second rank does. Okay. I never really farmed a lot of Betrayal, so it doesn't really impact me a crazy amount. Hi, Pika. Frick. Watch my internet die. It's going to be your fault. I didn't Frick today? Oh. It's Hello. Oh, okay. I thought I just saw the little bow and I assumed it was Frick. Just got a little bow. Overall, I'm happy about the socket changes. I think it'll take some adjustment to get to, but I think it'll be fine. They want to jinx it. Look at you. So based. Me and Tyler beat the game last night for Pal World. Like the normal version, at least. And I think he's pretty much just cashing out of playing Pal World. He like gave up his gear to like Icky, and went to play Marvel Rivals. I mean, not all of his gear, but he gave like his armor and stuff that was it was made and stuff today. So if you ever get lonely over there, and I'm still playing all the way up until POE launch off stream and stuff, and Gazi obviously is gonna play. Or if you ever need help with something, let me know. If you want to stay, even if you want to stay in that guild, I also help kill like the boss and stuff. We duoed for one of the three bosses, and then we duoed for the last guy. It took us 2 attempts on the last guy. It wasn't difficult. Like it was difficult in the fact that you have to like definitely manage moving around a lot and stuff like that. And it was very cool, but it wasn't as hard as the whale fight was, at least. Like we had to do like 4 tries with it. So if you want to do it, let me know. I'm trying to keep my bases. Not if you move over to our guild. I don't think so. Well, things don't degrade, but what the PAL boxes would be destroyed. That being said, I have like we only are using currently like 5 bases right now of our 8. So there's 3 bases where you can always build your own little things if you wanted to. All right. Let's read talismans. So I originally, when he said, "Oh, talismans," I don't like. I just want to read a lot of stuff. That's fair. Yeah. Well, so I want to say like your buildings will be fine because we don't have degradation turned on, right? Like the actual like house. I think that when the POW docs goes away, it destroys some of the POW buildings though. So like the mining thing, the if you have a pre-made like where they farm trees thing, that stuff I think gets destroyed. But the actual structures that are like just like foundations and stuff, I think stay there. You could test this out by dropping one down. Yeah. And then just build something and then delete the PAL box and see what happens. But originally, one talisman was to be removed. I'm probably okay with this. I'm interested to see all what I wonder if they say all what mechanics are added in for the anointment thingies, but well, they can't be anointed like for the enchantments. Um, so I'm interested to see what kind of things because they shoot +1 all skills, which could be worth more than passive point or what points we have on here. So like for instance, this one's obviously going for suppress, which you wouldn't want to go on for late game anyway. Let's go to like a level 100 tree. Um, the fuck do I even get? Oh, that's right, because it didn't change it. I was like, wait a second, someone's missing. What's happening? So yeah, so I grabbed leader of the pack here, which is more of a reservation of aura thing. And honestly, you can see like I don't even necessarily need it here. So if you just change that to like a +1 skill, this goes to well, tell you already have a 21, so you tell you a 23. So yeah, so that's a pretty decent jump. Let's say +1's pretty useful, depending on like what you're doing. But obviously, let's look at this first. Long neglected, lack of meaningful place, and purpose of Path of Exile. With this update, we a number of changes to talismans back to relevance. Talents now have special enchantment modifiers rather than special implicit modifiers, and are no longer corrupted by default. Talismans have a chance to drop from red beasts or bestiary bosses. Each talisman is tied to a specific beast. Talismans cannot be anointed, and their enchantment cannot be removed using the crafting bench option. Old talisman bases are no longer attainable, but will still exist in standard. Non-unique talismans no longer be obtained as rewards outside of bestiary content. Divination cards that grant talismans and Thrain's Jorgen's betrayal safeguards rewards. Okay, so these you still can collect it in. It's mostly bestiary div cards and then Thrain or Thane. Thane's talisman crafting spree betrayal safe house now offers rewards with regular currency to craft the talisman instead of tainted currency. Well, that makes sense because it's not tainted anymore. Unique talismans are no longer in the core drop pool. They now instead have a chance to drop from bestiary bosses or from the new beast recipe crafting called Create a New Talisman, which requires a Black Morgan beast to craft. Ooh, so like Eyes of the Great Wolf or something like that. Were there other ones? Actually, I was like Talisman POE1. Oh yeah, so okay, some of these exist. Eyes of Great Wolf's the most used one, but I remember making a Bright Will build at one point forever ago. So it's already updated this to have two random enchantment modifiers on it. It's supposedly still just Eyes of the Great Wolf people would want, potentially. If you can get 100% increased enchantment modifiers on it, you get something that's like, max frenzy charges. So you can get like up to technically 4 max frenzy charges from this, if that's the way it works. The Bite Well unit can be found on the Shell Crab Talisman base type, previously Clutching Talisman. It now has 50 to 100 maximum energy shield, previously 20 to 30, and has 10 to 15 flash duration. Eyes of the Great Wolf now generates 2 random enchantment modifiers from other talisman base types. Okay, so depends on what the base types offer, I guess. You can't necessarily get frenzies. Got it. But you can get plus levels. Finish reading first. Now it is 50 to 100% increased enchantment modifier magnitudes instead of implicit magnitudes are doubled. So I wonder if you could. Can you? I wonder if you could double roll. Like, can I get like +2, like +1/+1, all spells, and then have it be 100% for +4? We'll see. The natural hierarchy of unique talisman is now found in the Rex talisman type. It no longer has increased damage for each specific damage type. Instead, now it gain 10 to 15% extra as extra lightning. Lightning is extra cold, and cold is extra fire, and fire is extra chaos. Existing versions of this effective talisman. Is that what it says right here already? I think someone already adjusted these. Jesus Christ, people are fast. Yeah, these already say that. Rocco's here. The Rigwald's Curse Talisman. And now we found as a Wolf Alpha talisman type. Now gets 5 to 10% unarmed melee crit strike chance. That's it. That's pretty much it. Beastary bosses in area now match the level of red beasts. Hydrate. Oh, I actually don't have my water on me. I need to go grab that. I'll have to do that after though, because I have Cat Law right now. He is unfortunately needing my arm, and those claws hurt a little bit. But he's a baby, so I'll bother him about it. Rigwald Curse Talisman, or the part. Uh, the boss now matches the level of the beast, so you get 83 bosses now. In general, all bestiary bosses are now have greater life than before, which is more comparative to the life values of beasts and other mechanics. Oh, thank you. Rocco says, hey. Hi.
Give him a brushing.
I always think I gave you a brushing. I already got some Rocco hair over there from the other day I haven't picked up yet. He said, you don't have to do this.
He's a baby. He's a little guy. A good time boy.
Yeah, he's just a baby.
I want his shoulder. Doesn't hurt with him kneading into your knee.
I'm not used to it at this point. I have a lot of scratches and just marks from cats clawing me slightly. It's all accidental stuff. Well, for the most part. Some of them are just playing.
Yeah. This shit. Oh, I'm drooling. I'm drooling in the club.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's so much spit.
Yeah.
Oh.
He does that.
Yeah. I feel like all the kittens do it.
Yeah. Or Banshee.
Banshee does it.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, but like a lady.
Hey, can you help me out there?
No. You need to change your shirt.
You stole your fur.
He said, I don't mind as long as you pet me while you do it.
Yeah. This is a Rocco brushing stream now.
Rocco brushing in the living's easy.
I'd love to get this backside right here, but I can't because of the way you're laying.
Want me to do it? You pet while I do it. Hey, I'll allow it as long as I'm being pet.
Yeah. I'm being pampered right now.
He's okay, guys.
Yeah. Look at all that loose fur.
He said, I just a baby.
Kitty.
You definitely need to change your shirt. You're covered in cat hair.
Hey, Frostbite.
You look dirty.
All right, I'll have to change my shirt after this. There's just cat hair all over me now.
He said, I'm starting to catch on to your games, human.
How's it going, Frostbite? I hope we turn you a little bit, huh?
Hi. He looks at me like, where are my pets? You're usually a hard one to brush, but right now you're being very
Yeah, that's
tolerant.
why I keep it here. Cause if they get on my lap, I can usually brush them a little bit.
He's starting to get annoyed.
Yeah. It's like, all right, hold on a second. He has so much fur to give.
He said,
Oh, we have a cute cat picture I should share with you guys.
oh, yeah.
Rocco's not in it, but Teddy and Goblin are. They were laying together last night. All right, I think he's he's starting to catch on. Are you my reason my allergies are so bad, Rocco?
Might have something to do with it. All right.
All right, I'm gonna change my shirt real quick. Chat. Wait, Abby just banned me.
I'll give you a shirt.
Oh, you give me one there. I was gonna get different things.
Why don't you put this? It's really cute.
Sure, Abby.
Big
All right,
doggerita. Is that a margarita? Doggerita?
we don't even have any dogs.
Yeah, but I saw it and I thought you would think it's funny.
We don't have any dogs.
We have a doggerita. What? Looks cute.
All right.
Doggerita.
I'm wearing my vacation shirt now, chat.
Doggerita.
It says Doggerita on it. It has dogs and like margaritas and stuff on it. Abby's tickled.
You like
Something weird happened. I took a shower and forgot a towel. I asked my wife to bring me a towel. She brought me a shirt saying she forgot to wash towels yesterday. So now I'm back in college. Just like me for real. Yeah. Sometimes we only have two like real bath towels, and we have a couple of towels that are like we keep in the laundry room for like spills and stuff because cats make mess, or like it rains, we chuck water in the house kind of thing. Um, but what like sometimes we'll be washing like literally all our towels, and then we'll go shower and forget that they're still in the washer, and we didn't dry them because we forgot about them. And so we'll just have to like wipe down with like like little washcloths instead. Like, hi, Ferbs. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Yesterday we had to end stream because of it. Today so far going good though, so hopefully good news. But yesterday we had like multiple disconnects because of stuff. Make me stand. That's gonna have to wait. Let me show you y'all cat pick first, real quick. Here you go. You see Teddy and Goblin just snuggling together? They're so cute. Hi, Verbs. Let me hydrate real quick. My wife did bring me water. There's still cat hair floating everywhere from Rocco brushing. Oh, I need to refill my water. Where do you league starting for? Oh no, we're jumping frames. Here comes this thingy buffering. All right, let's go back to reading. What are you league starting Verbs if it doesn't drop too much? Hey. Oh, all right. Let's ignore it. Don't look at it. Where we were at. Where that part? So the body armor types for each series boss will now only drop if the area is 80 or higher. By Marauder? Marauder what? Yeah, here comes the drops. Okay, I also have buffer. Bang slams or RF? Do both. Smile. So they're going to jump if they're 80 or higher, so that's fine. I don't farm beasts at lower levels. I was literally farming when I do it in like reds, so like Tier 16s. Beast Theorycraft, create rare talisman is replaced with a reroll talisman base type, keeping the implicit and the explicit modifiers. I wonder what the main benefit of that is. Do the base types have different crafting abilities? Maybe? Like certain mods can only roll on certain things? Hmm. Theorycrafts transform an item into an amulet to talisman replaced with creates an imprint of a rare talisman. Almost spoiling patches for you, but I'm scared concerned about scarabs this league. That's okay. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't use too many scarabs even in our last private league, and I still had a good time. But I understand juicers are a little bit worried already. I have some spoilers for the patch notes already, just from like looking at Reddit and kind of seeing how people are talking about. And Reddit, as always, is in a tiffy because there's no good in-game farms and blah 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 stuff. And Mirage was a shit league, but I tried to weigh me down too much. The Primal Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable. All right, I want to read the rest of that. Trinket has a chance to receive additional talisman while opening a chest. This now grants a chance to receive additional gold. The Krachic Chimeral Beast has been renamed to Krachic Croaker, which is a more fitting name for a gym frog. That's fair. That's why we play Private League, right? Yeah. Have a good little time. Like I said, I had a fun time. I had a blast in Mirage. I'm excited for this league too. I'd be bad about it. Yeah. For that's where a lot of people are like, oh, it's just like you finish in like 2 or 3 days, and then what are you supposed to do? And I was like, one, you're part of like the 1%er. Like most players don't finish in 1 or 2 days to get to like their max build. Two, make other characters, figure it out. Go play SSF. I don't know. I don't want to just play the economy. All right, league changes. After completing ritual counter, Lucas is now pointing in the right direction. That's awesome. POE2 buff came here. When in Sanctum, flash charges are now restored when you interact with the Sanctum map for each room. This will not apply to the Writhing Jar unique flask. The Worm Flask? Crazy. Both orbs are now Sanctum rewards. I think that's cool. It's one of the things I said, like to put more Mirage stuff in there if they want Mirage to go core. They thought that was a good idea, I guess. You owe me GG. Ultimatum is now exclusive source of catalyst. As a result, they have been removed from the following rewards: demolition and heist contracts. Catalyst chests can no longer appear at next edition, and Tuyen can no longer offer catalyst at the shop. Catalyst can no longer ritual rewards. Okay, but you can still re-roll catalyst in harvest though, so that's not bad. You know, the GSF likes Sanctum, so there technically is someone who's supposed to be playing with us, who was supposed to play with us last time, but they bailed. Their fiance is now playing with us, and she forced him to join is forcing him to join the private league, at least to start. And he was a big Sanctum enjoyer a couple leagues ago, so he might play it. But we do need those orbs, so I need you to lock in and get those orbs for us. While channeling Verisium War, you cannot be damaged or stunned. Awesome. I honestly think that the channeling stuff should always just freeze like the game outside of the channel, and that way you can channel freely like how much you want, and then it resumes as soon as like channeling stops or whatever. I think that's this is a kind of an okay thing as well, but I think freezing is also good. All right, betrayal. No longer drop all flame members. I never used all flames. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'm assuming juicers are a little angry about that one, but I never used them. Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the all flame ember of Kulamak. I don't know what that one references. Is that an existing item or is that something new to Kulamak stuff? Kind of interesting. What is any purpose of this? You just get random gear from it? Alright. Average number of scarabs dropped from scarab chests and betrayal has been doubled, so you get more scarabs from betrayal now. Scarab farm buffed. Trap stashes in betrayal houses have a limited 15 seconds. Previously 10. Cluster jewels from trap stashes and crafting sprees. Safe houses have maximum level of 83. I don't know what it was before. Was it higher before? Fortification safe house reward is now a trap stash with enshrouded uniques. Ooh, that's cool. Vegas transportation safe house reward is now a chest containing Trathan scarabs. Okay. Breach. I heard Breach was nerfed. Some people are upset by it. I'm gonna read it. It's probably fine. Average number of monsters in Breach has been reduced. Didn't say by how much. The number of monster packs spawned in the unstable breaches is now reduced by 20%. There's a number. The progress for killing breach monsters is increased by 17% to compensate for the reduced number of monsters. Maximum number of unstable breaches that can be opened at once has been reduced to 2, previously 3. It's only at once though. You still have like the same number of breaches, it's just that you can't hit like 7 of them at one time. Okay. Or 3 of them at one time. You can only hit 2 at one time. Okay. The swelling ranks Atlas passive now grants breach monsters and reps have 10% increased pack size, previously 20%. Small passives that grant breach monsters increased pack size now grant spawn increased rare monsters. The evolving hives Atlas passive now grants breaches in your map spawn 15% increased rate of rare and magic monsters, previously 25%. Small passives now also small passives that grant spawn increased match rare now do 5. These changes do not affect the amount of high blood or wound gifts you receive. Equipment items birthed from the Justice Tree now inherently slightly less modifier rating and bias towards higher tier types. The number of inherent. This is also lower inherent chance to birth additional items. It's a little harder to get better gear. It's probably still gonna be the best thing for SSF early on. I'm gonna be honest. Unless a little nerf is like 50% or something like that. It's probably still gonna be the best way to get gear early on. So I'm still gonna do breach early. Maximum number of equipment Genesis tree pass points is now 16, previously 20, so that's a bit of a bummer. Also look at the tree and see kind of what I would want to do with that. Small equipment Genesis passives now also grant chance for wound gifts. Grants additional wound gifts now have 20%, previously 50%. All right. Equipment from Genesis notable also grant increased chance modifiers specific type now value of 3%, previously 500%. Okay, so it's a little harder to get the gear you want, but I think honestly, those people who played it were like, "This is literally the strongest thing you could ever do," and so we were kind of aware that a bounce is going to happen in breach. I'm okay with that. We'll see how I feel in the league if I want to use it or if I just want to go into other crafting mechanics instead early on. I don't have any money to pay for an artist right now, so no thank you. I appreciate the offer though. The way you're typing and how fast it is, I assume is a bot though. So, all right, in-game changes. Strange locations have been manifest in Atlas, which because labels anomalies. I think the anomalies being a fix or not a fix, but like a different way for them to introduce unique maps and stuff is actually kind of cool. I think that they realize that unique maps are kind of in a weird spot and no one really only farms them for completion and not really for anything else for the most part. Besides like crafting, recipes. They realize that's an issue. And I think they're trying to work on it. Complete maps affected by a void stone. There's a chance that when you open, so you have to get void stones first for them to happen. You next open your atlas, anomaly may manifest. Else anomalies do not require a map to enter. Plugging missing nameless seers or randomly spawn in maps, but now they appear in their own anomaly areas. I like this because there's often times where if you're farming for nameless seer, it's like, what if I missed the one pack or I just didn't see him pop up or something like that and blah blah blah. Oh, thank you, Beyond. Um, I like this change. I do wish reflecting mist just gave me the item of the mist itself instead of giving me shit things, but it's whatever. But yeah, nameless farming is no longer as big of a concern now. Oh yeah, if it's loot is nice, cool. But most of the time I was looking for them for just for the scrying aspect. I like that scrying is now just like a currency now though, so it's pretty easy, pretty nice. But yeah, hopefully it would be nice to get a little bump in like his rarity as he like goes in higher tiers kind of thing. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas passives and cannot be augmented using any fragments, allowing them to be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later for maximum potential rewards. Reflect map modifier. Oh, I love this. This is part. I remember reading this before. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a percentage of the physical or elemental hit damage dealt to them, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. So we're going to be missing some numbers here to know exactly how impactful it is. But the big first thing that you can that I like to point out is that it only impacts the rare monsters, which while still will be an issue if it's a big number, it means you won't just like blink into a random white pack and die. Like you're like, okay, I should play around looking for the rare guys. They're the ones I have to worry about. If it's a number that you can't mitigate, I think that it might be something that you could probably mitigate through other means. Because I think that they are aware they hate reflect and they're just trying to find a way to work around it. So we'll go. Physical thorns activate. I think these are the same thing. It's just one's are roughly the same thing. It's just that one's elemental, one's physical. But yeah, we'll activate it. It reflects a fixed amount of physical damage for each time the monster receives a physical hit. So if you do one big fizz hit and it kills it, you're only getting that one amount. Like you're only getting one reflect thing, and it's a fixed amount. Hopefully, if it's a small amount of fix, then you can survive it, like through either like mitigation or something like that. Then you can pretty much ignore it. Even if you have to use like the Yugal Pantheon just to help mitigate it, and just, that's the only thing you have to do. And I love this. They can't gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. High Beyond. You have a limit of how fast you can take the thorns. It looks like this one is the same thing. You only get the damage from the highest elemental damage type received from the hit. So if you're on like a multi-element thing, it looks like only the highest one applies. And it's the same limitations. Less for 5 seconds. Only once every 10 seconds. You can only take it 0.1 seconds. So I like this. I hope it kills Thorn or Reflect as a whole mechanic, and you can kind of mitigate this through very simple means without having to worry about too much special itemization. Like I said, you didn't need to before, but I hope this makes it even less so. Remember, rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 physical damage and okay, so it actually gives you they gave you the numbers. I actually missed that part. So 800 and 1,000. That's not that bad, I think. That's like compared to with percent based of how much damage you're doing, I think it's gonna be easily mitigated. I think with resistances and armor, can you block thorns? Can you evade thorns? I think this is fine. I think this is just a big buff for us. Block modifiers no longer appear. Maps have been added back to the Atlas. Anything that I care about in here? Toxic Sewer's back? That's a big good one for some people. Fuck Basilica, but I don't necessarily have to farm it these days. Yay. Alright, so Toxic Sewer is the big win there. Been removed. RIP Crimson Temple. Defile Cathedral's been removed, eh? Wonder where the apothecary is going. I don't know if he was a decent one, but kind of wonky. And we still have my favorites. Unless I missed it. Like Mesa's still there, Jungle Valley's still there. So pretty okay. Until Paradise can no longer be obtained, and existing items in standard cannot be used in standard. Next to a randomly spawned event in your atlas. Appears a few apparitions to make it more difficult and rewarding. Okay. The decayed voidstone socket from the atlas now connects to the forge of the Phoenix, pit of the Chimera, and lair of Hydra. In addition to Okay, so before it only connected to the one, now it connects to all four. Okay. Now spawns only one wave of enemies per phase. Oh my god, that's huge. I'd rather not have phases, but like this is already an improvement. Farming these like rotations was always a nightmare because the bosses just take for like Chimera was always taking for fucking forever. Memory thread maps will now display which map they will open. The Shrouded Astrolabe has been renamed to Deceptive Astrolabe. Remove the item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and Feared that can spawn in maps, such as from the Horn Scarab Awakening. So I guess people were like running past killing the bosses and not getting their loot because it spawns late. Okay. You're back. All right, Verbs. Reduce the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers using the reflecting mist currency on an item. Does that change the modifying effect of jewelry? Interesting. Oh, okay, reduce the average amount. Not so they didn't reduce the amount total. It's just that on average you're going to get worse results when reflecting things. Okay. Much higher chance to drop. Oh, nice. I would love to see some. Please. All right, Atlas passive changes. Added a new altered prophecy cluster in Atlas tree. The noble gains tier 14 maps have 4% chance to drop a scrying orb on completion. All right, brushing that node. Increase chance to drop divination cards. Scrying orb is now a currency that stores map currency item was found in. Oh, so you're still in jail. Someone form Tyler. Though 4% might be higher than the chance to spawn what's his face previously, so alright, I'll be back chat. I'm gonna run restroom real quick. Entertain yourselves. Share stream. Woo. 4% is totally higher than the average spawn rate for him. Yeah. So it's still a jail, but hopefully not as bad. The Brave, the Tower Atlas now has Ultimate Boss drops 10 of a random catalyst. Previously a full stack of random catalyst. Is it because they changed the stack size of catalyst? They want to give 20 instead or something like that? Dual Soldier passive now also grants blueprints found in your maps have a 15% chance to have a special implicit. That's actually a pretty good chance. I expected it to be a lot lower, to be honest. Nice. Player changes. Sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits is now additive with sources of avoiding damage from a specific type of hit. Some damage avoidance stats have been adjusted to better communicate these chances are additive to each other. Got it. Lowered the life version of various monsters when used as specters. In general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. So okay, so I don't think they adjusted. Someone was like, "Oh, that means that specters are gonna be worse now." I think it was literally for things like minion pack, which has obviously changed now. Um, but like they want meat sack to be the meatiest sack you can get. They don't want some random Act 9 boss ad to have like so much life. I think the regular specters probably fine. Including unholy operations and alternity fight, regenerate influence monsters, and robot monsters found in hidden areas in the refinery. All non-spectre minions no longer pause when attacking. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are affected by this change, with the significant damage per second increase for the following minion types: Dominating Blow, Raised Zombies, Stone, Ice, Flame, Chaos, and Lightning Golems, Summon Raging Spirits, and Summon Skeletons. Oh, so these skills are just gonna be like a little bit stronger then. Should I make a Golemancer? Skills and items and modifiers that once stated the increase and reductions of spell damage also apply to attack damage, now replaced with Arcane Might keyword. This is purely a descriptive change. Okay. So Crown of Eyes says like you gain Arcane Might or something like that instead. It's fine. Alright, Ascendancy change time. Yay. Deathmark Noble passive. No longer has marked enemies cannot evade attacks. It now has 10% increased effect of your marks per power charge. Sorry, I got hiccups, chat. Increased effect of marks per power charge and 3% leech is instant. Oh, it's just a generic leech too. So any leech you apply, like even ES leech, is instant per power charge. So power charge stacking looks pretty good. That's a lot of mark effect too. Because you can get easily like 10 power charges and whatnot, right? So like that's 100 percent increased effective marks, and then 30 leeches instant. That's pretty nutty. Mystic Infusion, notable, no longer grants base or no longer grants base spell crit chance of spells. That's such a weird way to phrase that. Is equal to that of the main hand. It now grants spell crit chance bifurcates. I never know how to say that word. Bifurcates, and it gets less critical strike chance. Bifurcates is really strong. So that's potentially a very, very strong node. So it tells you what it is right here for people who want to read it. I'll just read it for you. Bifurcates crit strikes cause crit strikes to be rolled twice when determining a crit strike should occur. If the rolls succeed and be a regular hit, be a regular critical strike. If both rolls succeed, an extra amount of damage dealt. If the equivalent of doubling the amount of crit strike multiplier exceeds that 100 of for that hit. The modifier makes crit chance lucky or unlucky. The luck will be applied individually to each of the rolls. So if you're doing like, crit is lucky from the Sabo node, right? Right here. If you get that, pretty good with it. I imagine the keystone's probably going to go up if people are playing a lot of Assassin. Or that Permission Flame. Effects which cause hits always critical strike prevent bifurcation. These hits do not roll the chance, so cannot roll it twice. Fair. Overall cool changes. I think they're trying to still give Assassin an identity. They did a change with it recently. They even said themselves they felt like it didn't land very well. So maybe this will push people playing more Assassin-based stuff. Pretty cool. Hierophant, the Ritual of Awakening, now gets 2% more damage per summon totem, previously 5, so it's a nerf to, totems after the last league. People paying for the sins of Kinetic Fusillade. Inquisitor adds a new Instruments of Judgment, notable passive, which requires Instruments of Virtue. The notable grants base critical check chance that equal to the main hand weapon. I want to say this was already changed in the update. I'll look at that. We'll get to that when we get to it, though. Interest of Zeal, middle passive grants 3% maximum fanatic charges, previously 4. Fanaticism now grants buff lasts for 5 seconds instead of 4. And now grants 75% less cost of spells you cast yourself, previously 75 reduced. Occultist has a new notable passive, Unhallowed Right. Requires either Vile Bastion or Burden Power. Trying to visualize where it's at. I guess I reworked how this looks. Because these are like right next to each other. There's no room down here. I must push something up, like push this up to here. So this like goes doot doot, and then in the middle, connected would be the new node right here. I imagine how it looks. Okay. Unhallowed Right causes you to gain Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Each stack of infusion grants 30% faster energy shield recharge. Channeling deals 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost. Max 5 stacks. You lose a stack every 0.5 seconds if you haven't gained the past 2 seconds. I don't know. I'm not a big channel enjoyer, so I don't know what use cases would have for it to be if it's good or not. Reliquarian. We're not gonna go over this whole thing again. We went over this multiple times already, but I like a lot of the Reliquarian nodes. I think I wouldn't make it for a first character, but you probably can. But I'm probably gonna make it for like maybe a second or a third character, or a Luminary, because Luminary is also very cool, which they don't talk about in here, but you probably know of it. Passive skill tree changes. Added a new arcane conservation cluster to the northeast of the witch's starting location. I wonder if it's like it's gotta be in here somewhere, right? Huh. Guess we'll see. Uh, it grants 2% increased attack speed, 20% mana cost efficiency of spells, and 3% intelligence. Okay. I mean, we'll see. It also depends on how many like notables it is and stuff. Like, is it 4? Is it 3? Is it a 2 passive? Added a contemplation meditation cluster in the northwest of the Templar starting location. The contemplative gives 8% increased reservation efficiency of spells and cost efficiency. This cost efficiency thing is stuff to throw off a little bit. All sources of reduced cost of skills and passive speed have converted to cost efficiency, the appropriate value. Totem Mastery grants critical strike chance if you summon a totem. Now recently has values of 40% instead of 60%, so a little nerf to totems again. Shaman's Domination. Notable passive now grants 50% increased critical strike chance with totem skills, previously 60. And the preceding small passives get 60% multiplier versus 20, so more just totem nerfs, paying for the sins of Connect Fusillade. Also, likely some of the things that are nerfs or could be compensated for with like the quality changes and stuff like that. Skill gem changes. Those skill gems have the base values and now have a higher base growth at each gem level. For example, Divine Iris deals 27% more damage at 20, and now deals 37% more at 30. I mean, if the numbers go up by that much, I mean that is definitely a big increase. I don't know how easy it is to get to 30 on Divine Iron, but with the new plus all skills like talismans and stuff, it could be a little bit easier. Shadow themed physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit chances, while pure fire spells generally have lower crit chances. Pure Lightning has lower cast times, but has spells cost more mana. Pure Fire spells generally have lower mana cost and higher effectiveness of added damage. All right, with all that said, let's go into some of the changes. Arcane Cloak now gets added lightning of 10% instead of 10 to 14%. So you lost 4% on the top end. The little nerfs to mana stackers, but again, we'll look at most of the gym stuff over here, where maybe quality helped it out a little bit. It was nerfed. Yeah, buff effect though, but I don't think it was enough to make up for it. Is what this guy said, at least. Absolution now has a cast time of 0.65 seconds, so buff to Absolution. Absolution of Inspiration has a cast time of same thing there, it's just a buff for the cast speed. Arc now has a cast time of 0.6 seconds, and a base cost has been increased by 25% on all gym levels. So, perfectly said with the lightning thing, reduced cast time, increased costs. Same thing for Arc Oscillating. Arc of Surging now splits to more targets. And then the other thing still applies. Less cast time, more cost. Our Volatility has better add damage effectiveness and better base damage. And its cost has been reduced. So it's just an overall buff for Armor Volatility. I won't say this is this the one that just kind of like blows up instantly? Activates once when attached, then it's destroyed. Yeah, so this is like the big meteor Armageddon brand thing that just blows up. So, cool thing here is you don't have to worry about cast speed, really. Obviously, you want a little bit of cast speed just to get it out. Or if you have a lot of cast speed, you can only cast a bunch of them, kind of thing, I guess. Can't be recalled because it blows up instantly. Scales with radius with quality. It could be okay. I don't think it beats out Penance Brand though. Just because physical to convert is usually a little bit stronger than just pure. But who knows? Does it have a more damage multiplier? I think I might try it out just to see how it feels. Barrage now fires an additional projectile. Ball Lightning has increased radius, cast time reduction, and mana cost increase. Orbiting. Typical lightning changes. Static has typical lightning changes as well, but it also has cooldown use increase of +1. I know you had cooldown before. I don't really play ball lightning, to be honest. Blade Blast now has radius increase and a crit strike increase by a good amount. Blade Blast have dagger detonation. Same thing. Just buffs all around for AoE and crit. And same thing for also all Blade Blast footers at the same treatment. Blade Vortex hit rate nerfed by 5%. Damage, more damage per each blade, nerfed by 5%, but crit chances increased by 4%. Probably better in the long run. It makes it easier to scale crit. Blade Vortex of the Scythe. Got the buff for the crit. Got a buff for added damage effectiveness. Got a buff for flat damage. But its quality now does more radius instead of the more damage multiplier, so we'll see. I'll see if anyone actually uses it. I like the idea of using a scythe, but it just fell a little flat. Bladefall. Better damage effectiveness. And more flat damage. The Bladefall's a little buffed. Crit chance increase for Bladefall Impaling. Effectiveness also increased. And now deals flat damage, more flat damage as well. So buffs all around there. Looks like all three just got pretty much the same type of buffs. Except their Bladefall Atrophis now has a higher mana cost, so a little nerf on the into that one, which is the one that most people use for the shenanigans. So, also, man, Bladefall has so many different alterations. I didn't realize they had two trans gems and then also a Trathis gem. Volley's also got the same buff as the other ones above. Okay, Blazing Salvo. Haven't used that in forever. Buff to add damage effectiveness and a reduced mana cost. I mean, it's a buff. Body swap? I never use body swap. I've noted that the skill works. But number got bigger. Number got bigger. So just your max life is bigger. AoE is bigger. Cast time is lower. Quality gives you more damage for your maximum life. Yeah. So overall, I was like a buff to body swap for those who like to do it. Even the sacrifice one also got some of those changes as well. Not all of them, but some of them. Cold Snap gave chance to freeze and crit strike chance, which doesn't really help Wintertide out with the crit strike chance, but the chance to freeze is nice. It won't happen all the time, but it'll happen some of the time. And Cold Snap power got the same thing where or same buff for freeze, and then a more chance to get power charges on critical strike chance. At least I didn't get the critical strike buff unless it already had it, because I didn't use this version. Commandment of Inferno, triggered by a Yielding Flam unique shield, can now be supported. Change does not affect the legacy versions of the skill from glove enchantment modifiers. I have no idea what this is. Okay. Crackling Lance, add effectiveness increased. Base damage of lightning also increased. Yes. Cast speed reduced. And mana cost increased. The same thing for all of the different versions. It is, yeah. So all buffs as long as you can pay for the mana costs, kind of thing. Cream Frost, which is a cold dot skill, but you can also use it as like a shotgun kind of to hit on hit skill. All thing changed was it added higher crit chance for it, and for the alternate version as well. So nothing for necessarily the cold dot version, but they did say once again that dot stuff might be coming out in the future. Cremation quality now gives fire projectiles faster, 5% faster at max quality, which does mean that the extra 10% quality is going to be even more more helpful. Cremation of Exhuming now fires the projectiles a little faster by naturally. It fires less projectiles, and then a buff to the quality as well. Creation of Volcano has less duration, 2 seconds versus 2.5. Maximum of 8 geysers at a time, previously 6, so more geysers. Quality of maximum. Quality provides more maximum geysers. So you get 10 with 20 quality instead of firing projectiles faster. Okay. I haven't played Cremation since they removed like the Phantasmal and whatnot, like the alternate gems. Good old DD days. Dark Bargain has a increased crit chance. Dark Bargain will trap this. Reaching 7 Ruin will now sacrifice 50% of your life, dealing 600% of life sacrifice damage. So it's a little buff there, because instead of 500, 600, and it has more crit strike chance. Dark Pact has been renamed to Dark Bargain. I was going to say, I don't know what the fuck Dark Bargain is. Dark Pact was renamed it. Okay, got it. They should have moved that. I know it's alphabetically in order, but they should have moved that above Dark Bargain. Discharge cooldown time is now 1 second, opposed to 2 seconds, and has a higher base damage per charge removed at all gem levels. So just a straight buff to discharge for those who play it. I've only ever seen Mimi cast on death discharge kind of things, so we'll see if anyone makes anything cool with it. Won't be me though. And then Misery got the same buff. Not for the cooldown timer, but the damage buff. Divine Blast. This one got a new trans gem. This is the Shield Blast holy skill. Um, let's see. So it now deals 42 to 80 or to 64 uh base offhand damage at gem level 1, scaling up to this. So it's damage increase. Okay, so its scale. Oh, well, the top end actually is a little lower. It starts off. Actually, it doesn't start off higher. Oh no, it does. No. Sorry, I'm reading it backwards. Yeah, it's above. So it's both higher. Okay, and now it has 2 to 4 added per 15 armor, scaling up to 3 to 6 at level 20. Before it was 2 to 3 and 3 to 5, so top end's a little bit higher. And a base duration of 1.2 seconds versus 1.5. So because it used to like you would shoot a beam and then it would blow up in a spot, right? So now it blows up a little bit faster. Fine Ire has effective addedness level 20, so a little bit buff there. And more flat damage as well. Fine Ire add effectiveness. I want to say Divine Ire is one of the ones that Tyler used for one point when he was only coming a Maya build. Looks like it's just buff. Add effectiveness and flat on all three have been increased. Divine Retribution, I would assume, is a retaliation skill based off of the name, but I haven't used it. Cooldown is now 4 seconds versus 5. Higher added effectiveness and higher flat. Ellie hit lowered that added fire, lightning, and cold by 70% on all gem levels. Ellie hit the spectrum is not affected by these changes, so the melee version got affected by a 70% damage nerf essentially. But the range version is fine. It's okay with it. Essence Drain of Wickedness. Now fires projectile 3 to 5 projectiles, previously 1 at all levels. So regular Essence Drain didn't get changed, but the Wickedness one got extra proj. So this doesn't. So this is if you want to use Essence Drain as like a hit-based chaos spell. From reading the changes from the default version, it doesn't spread contagion. It has less of the damage over time thing, but a bigger hit and damage effectiveness. So if you're trying to just like throw out some chaos hits, a buff, and now it has multiple proj on it without the reduction of damage, and you get regenerate life. Zero Dives. I see this popped up a lot. People want to play EK. I had never played EK, I played EK very roughly when I first started playing, and it wasn't very good. But I'm interested in playing it. I mean, it's a fizz spell that you can convert to fire, or cold, or lightning, or anything else you want to convert. Now fires more projectiles. Crit chance is increased. Damage effectiveness is up. Base damage is up. Quality gives more speed instead of projectiles. So essentially, they took like the quality from here and put it into the base gem, and gave it more speed, which I think you want more speed. So I think this is actually like a pretty significant buff to Thero Knives. Because you want more speed for them to go further, faster, right? To help your clear. It's a more speed multiplier. What's up, Scrooshy? How you doing, bud? You miss me? Of course. Ooh woo. Always. Thero Knives have lingering blades, now fires more projectiles. Crit chance increase. Effectiveness increased. Ugh. And base damage increased. No quality changes for it, though. Massacre, only thing I changed for it was more crit chance. I don't know the difference in the different Thero Knives, so I'd have to test them out. Is that your phone will charge? What's wrong with your phone? Oh, right. As a reminder, I'm going to charge my phone. Thank you for the heads up. There's moisture in the port, even though it's dry. Honestly, mine had that same warning yesterday when I was charging on my wife's charger. And he said it said either it's wet or there's some kind of debris in it. So we'll see if the alarm goes off again. I have winter got increase. All the I winters got increase in crit. Fireball has a bigger radius. Less crit chance. Reduced mana cost. Better damage effectiveness. And better base damage. So the only thing that was nerfed was the crit chance, which they talked about how fire stuff was be less crit chancey. But yeah, hopefully you don't need to get repaired and it's fine. And same thing hopefully for mine. Maybe just an oopsie whoopsies with the cord or something like that. That's what I thought mine was. I was like, it's probably just my wife's charging cable, so a little bit wonky. Firestorm, increased effectiveness, base mana cost reduced. Meteors, bigger meteor, reduced cost, bigger effectiveness. And quality gives more radius now, so even bigger meteor, especially with the quality buffs that we got. Firestorm repelting, better damage effectiveness, reduced mana cost. Kind of like Firestorm and Meteors. Should we make a Firestorm and Meteors like Mines build for Ghazi? Flame Dash now has critical strike chance 5%, previously 6. Better damage effectiveness, whatnot. I don't really use this as a damage ability. I assume people have like Flame Dash totems or shit like that. Alright. Finish return. Worst crit, same thing as that up there. Better burning damage at all gym levels. Better effectiveness. And better base. And mana cost reduction. So, mostly buffs other than the crit, as the Fall of Fire stuff. Flame Surge now has reduced crit, more burning damage, more added effectiveness, more flat. So honestly, the Flame Surge for Penance Brand that we used is just buffed. It's just better. I mean, you didn't care about the crit chance thing at all, for the most part, other than activating the one thing, but it's whatever. Flame Surge combusting, now it's same stuff where crit's nerfed, add effectiveness is buffed, base damage is buffed. Oh, now it's charging. Yeah, it just needed a little break. Flame Blast is a bigger meteor per stage, or sorry, bigger radius per stage meteor. Better damage effectiveness. Better base damage, reduced costs. A lot of flame stuff look like similar buffs. More radiuses, reduced crits, that kind of stuff. Not gonna read over all the flame blasts because they look like they're roughly the same. Forbidden Right deals more damage to life as chaos. Okay. Freezing Pulse now has multiple projectiles. So assume at level 4 you get 2 proj. It's like every 4 levels is another proj. Higher crit chance. Higher effectiveness. Now deals better base. So Freezing Pulse leveling back on the menu, boys. Until we get winner for Act 1, First, hey, Marshall. Now, no matter what happens to the stream, it's fine because Marshall showed up at least once. Second, appreciate you guys. Chance to freeze. Crit chance buff. More damage effectiveness. More base damage. Okay. We use it as like just a debuffer, but chance to freeze is always welcome on all our support abilities. Forthcoming has a lower duration, which I imagine is Forthcoming the one you want to blow up, or is this really the one you want to blow up? One of these you want to blow up or whatever. Maybe. I know mine like started beeping, making a lot of aggressive noise, like giving me an alert that there was an issue when it happened, and I was like, "What the fuck is that noise?" And I just unplugged it and it went away. And it has, and I plugged it back in now, and it's going good so far. All the same buffs, pretty much. And then I assume this is a buff, but I don't. I can go look at it real quick. It doesn't apply exposure or reduce life generation. Instead, it has a longer cooldown duration that deals more damage with ailments during the duration. It also lacks the orb tag. So you want it to be longer, so it is a little bit of a nerf, but they kind of adjusted it for the quality. This is the damage one, yeah. I think they adjusted the duration because quality is going to be expected to be 30% now instead of 20%. So it's probably just a net positive for it. This is a nerf, but the 30% quality makes up for it, I think. And then all this is a buff. Instability. All buffs. Frostblink. Crit buff. Frostblink Loaded Blast. Crit buff. Frostbolt. Crit buff plus freeze chance. Woo! We need more freeze chance. Cannot target enemies. Galvanic Field cannot target enemies once every 0.5 to 0.4 seconds. Previously 0.7 to 0.5. Hello, Fez. Buff now grants a 50% chance to shock enemies, previously 20% chance. I've never actually used Galvanic Field. The only time I've ever seen it used was one time Captain Lance did like a Galvanic Field whole screen wide. Played it like a Lightning RF, kind of a self-shock thing. But all these numbers are going up, including the mana cost. So pretty much the same thing that happens for most lightning stuff. Is it okay but clunky? Yeah, because you have to shock yourself for it to like work or something, right? Intensity looks like it the same treatment as the first one. I'm not gonna read through the whole thing. General Cry support can no longer be supported by skills with cooldowns. What skills have cooldowns that can be supported by General Cry before? It's whatever. I don't use General Cry, so I assume that's a nerf to a specific build that was just kind of wonky and weird. Glacial Cascade got buffed in crit. Add damage effectiveness is higher. Base damage is higher. They didn't buff. That's only the base one, right? The one that Musa used was the Cascade of Fissure, right? Oh, it's just bringing up the. Okay, so it already has the crit chance of 6, which is why it didn't go increase that. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hex Blast now has a cooldown of 1 second versus 2 seconds, making it a little more viable, but not completely viable still. Cast time is reduced.
Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
Andrewst.
There's an Andrew PTSD thing. That's so fucking funny. Thank you for the 4-month sub, Fez. I appreciate the support. Welcome to your continued stay in the vibrators. Bzz. I made that emote? Hell yeah. He shocked himself to make sure he could trigger it whenever, whatever. It usually is centered on when enemy use shock first, I believe. Oh, okay. Hexblast getting a little buff, but who knows if it's a way to bring it back into being glorious. Contradiction. Looks like he got a similar buff. Havoc, which is actually the one that I kind of wanted to mess around with. I think that's the one that doesn't have the cooldown, right? But doesn't do the elemental stuff. Yeah, it's just big chaos slinging PP around. They got a buff from just radius increase, crit strike chance increase. Equality makes it a bigger radius. So buff for the Hex Blast. We'll see if it ever comes back to us, even somewhat glorious days. Who knows? Holy Flame Totem, higher crit chance. Same thing with Ire. Holy Hammers have a... Oh, it's not really a buff. It's just that they give the max level radius at level 1. So instead of scaling radius, it just has the same radius. Hydrosphere has a higher crit chance. Aerial Enjoyers Rejoice, I guess. The only time I ever really followed him making a build was when he made Hydrosphere a build at one point, forever ago. Ice Nova, chance to freeze, higher crit chance, more damage effectiveness, more base damage. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze. Now always freezes. Kind of banger. Higher crit chance. Higher damage effectiveness. Honestly, does this buff to Ice Nova make it to where cast on crit feels a little better with it again? My first cast on crit build was an Ice Nova, like Frostbolt, Cosprey's Malice character. Ice Nova Frostbolts also got freeze chance and then crit chance increase. Ice Spear crit chance increase. Splitting, big crit chance increase. And more projectiles. Ice Storm has more maximum ice storms, so for those who like to play Dancing Queen, you can have more storms at once. DM, choose something to check out. No rush. I'm rushing there now. It's taking a while to load. Probably my internet, though, to be honest. Oh, God, flashbang! Is that all? Is it just a white page? Thank you for the white page, Fez. It should have loaded. Oh, here it is. Now it's coming in. Okay, now it's coming in. It took a minute. Oh, so you can put it on my stream as like a resource to like kind of show a constant leaderboard thing. That's kind of cool. That's very neat, actually. Okay, I'm gonna close this for now because I have 1,000 tabs open. But I will definitely probably utilize that and put at least like top 3 or whatever on the stream for like whatever mechanic. It's very cool. Thank you, Fez. I'm gonna tinker with that. Lots for leaderboard stonks. Yeah. Surely, Fishy's paying Fez really well for all these cool things that Fez is doing. Cause I sure ain't. Am I right? Smile. Surely. All right. What we say about Ice Storm? More Ice Storms for more GPU melting. Does that build melt GPUs? I never actually played it. I've only seen Tyler play it once with Spring Ice. Incinerate. Buff to maximum stages. So you get more maximum stages. Add damage effectiveness is buffed. Base damage is buffed. And cast speed is also buffed. What was the one that Connor used? Venting, right? Does it also get all buffs? Yes. Didn't Connor use this at some point? I guess it wasn't strong enough. I didn't follow the build fully. Didn't know if it worked out well. You should anymore, but it used to be roughly in the old days. That's fair. All the incinerates look like they got the same buff though. Kinetic Blast now has 150% arcane might. Previously 200, so a little nerf to, because this is the one that scales spell damage to attacks. And has less area damage. So a little nerf on Kinetic Blast. Clustering got the same nerf. Also got less damage based on maximum mana. Fusillade has an attack speed nerf. A base duration nerf. And it costs more mana. Does the base duration nerf actually help it out to where you need less? You need less of the reduced duration. I don't know the math behind Fusillade, so I don't know if this is a buff or a nerf to Fusillade. Mana cost obviously is higher, so that's a bit of a bummer. Totems ate a big nerf, so the totem part is down. But like, if you're self-casting Fusillade, are you happy or sad about this? Machine gunning is easier now. So self-cast is a little Fusillade's a little buffed. I assume it's easier to hit breakpoints now. Connect Rain got a buff to Arcane Might. Connect Rain Impact also got the same buff. Lightning Conduit. Effectiveness buff. Flat damage buff. Mana cost nerf. Of the Heavens can hit more enemies now. Shocks enemies is dealing 200% more damage. At all levels. Okay, so it's all levels now. Now it has a cast time of 0.6. So this seems like an overall buff. Like I said, mana cost obviously something you have to worry about on pretty much every lightning skill now. But they added more mana efficiency. So maybe it'll be okay. Lightning Tendrils. More unlimited power. Radius buff. Cast time buff by a little small amount. Mana cost nerf. Effectiveness buff. Base damage buff. Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much the same thing for most things. I'm not going to read all these paragraphs that say exactly the same thing over and over again. This has more maximum effective shock now instead of a radius, though, for the escalation. Is the only change from the other ones? Lightning Tinnies might be okay now. Honestly, so I've gotten a few things spoiled for me from Reddit, because I've been, even while I haven't been streaming, I've still been trying to do research and stuff and see what people are talking about, what people are cooking, to see what's going on. The amount of people bitching about this is not enough of a buff to self-cast or kind of thing. I'm 90% seeing buffs. There are nerfs, and obviously mana cost things are adjustments and that kind of stuff. But I think I like that they're trying to give the different elements more of an identity, with like lightning stuff being faster but more costly, that kind of stuff. Fire having higher added effectiveness but like lower crit, less mana. Like, I think that's kind of cool that they're trying to like separate the elemental types, other than just being, what status you're looking for, kind of thing. Base cast speeds buff done. Yeah, in fact, that's what I'm saying. Like, I expected to read most of these and see like mostly nerfs. The only biggest nerf I see is on lightning, like mana cost goes up, kind of a thing. But again, they added stuff to compensate for that, and that's always problem solving to work on. But like, damage on most skills has gone up. Cast speed has gone down, which is what you want. Radius has gone up, which is what you would want. Added effectiveness have gone up, which is what you want on most things. Obviously, some things like Kinetic Fusillade lost some effectiveness. But most things are buffs. Number go down must be bad. No, I love that they pointed out too. It was like, you want cast speed to be lower. You want the number to go down on cast speed. People pussy number go down and get sag. Yeah, and then it's also hard to in here show what quality because the quality change, the gym change, socket change color thing is going to be a straight buff for most spells. Spells more than attacks, I would say, cared a lot more about their quality. Tip it on average. So like, there's numbers here that you don't see that will just be buffed because you'll be expected to have 30 quality minimum, compared to what we had 20 quality before. So like, there's other buffs that you just don't see naturally in this text format. And I think that's something people to consider. If we spark again after 3 to 4 years. I haven't got a spark yet. I haven't seen it change it, but I assume it's kind of similar to all this, where it's like cost up, cast speed down, all that kinds of stuff. Maybe spark has extra projectiles somewhere, something like that. Now we're almost there though, I think. Lightning warp, lower cast time, more speed, more cost, yada 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 yada. Cast time is now 0.6 for mana bond. Orb storm's cast time is lower, cost is higher. Same thing that you see everywhere. Spark getting buffs, no way in hell. Of course, it's nerfed even more. To be fair, if you buff Spark too much, it just becomes overpowering. Because the way Spark interacts with stuff, it is literally just such a powerful skill once you get to a scaling point, that if you made that scaling point much lower, everyone would just use that one thing. And I think it's just the way the skill interacts itself. But I love Spark, by the way. Spark's probably one of my favorite builds. Last time I played it was Necropolis. Because dual crafting two different wands then was like super easy with Graveyard. You literally do like one craft and have multiple good wands pop out of it. Like, I'm using both of these. Oracle Warb. I'm sorry, is Warb in POE2? I assume he means a cultist. Cultist Warb, I assume is what he's talking about. There's no Oracle in POE1. Marshall, get it together. Orb Storms now strikes people. More people, looks like. A cultist Lamau. Yeah, I figured as much. I haven't used Orb Storms except for back in the day. I don't know how long everyone's been playing, but Orb Storms plus, like, it was Stormblast Mines, I believe, was like the leveling thing before Rolling Magma became like a thing. And they nerfed like Orb Storms plus Stormblast Mines. That's the only time I ever used really Orb Storms. I'll use it sometimes depending on what character I'm leveling for a little bit of extra damage on like a single target, but not a lot. Penance Spark, granted by Hitful Accuser Ring. Now spawns 2 shackled enemies. No more than once per second. Oh, so it's a nerf. Eat it, RF. RF got nerfed. Purifying Flame. Bigger radius. Better crit chance, which is weird because it's fire spell, right? Better effectiveness. Better base damage. Oh, actually, wait. Purifying Flame is not it's a physical spell? Why is it called Purifying Flame? That's so confusing. Wait. 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 Oh, it converts to fire on the gem itself. Fizz fire. Okay, thank you, Marshall. Oh, I don't want that. I'd rather choose the regular one. I can play PF Mines again. I mean, it's a bigger radius, better crit chance, better effectiveness, and better damage base. So, I mean, it's all just straight buffs. There's definitely no nerf here. Is Purifying Flame the one that you can get in Act 1 that, like, it shoots like kind of like a yellow thing out and then Conch Ground appears on it? That's the skill? That's Purifying Mines? Or Purifying Flame? Okay. It doesn't Maybe you've already talked about this. I just got here. Did they remove the shotgun from Purifying Flames? We just got Purifying Flames. We're talking about it now. Unless PF is Pathfinder, then I don't know. I don't know. I never really played Purifying Flames outside of like using the campaign a little bit. Level 1 character skill. Okay, so it is super early. Got it. One of the ones I tested when I was testing out different skills to use. Okay. So I don't know anything about Purifying Flame other than like an Act 1 kind of thing. Yeah, I never was a big Mines player. I know. Fisk, you're the ones that loves Mines a lot, right? Yeah, okay. So I don't know if they remove that. No mention of shotgun on here. It's a little bit easier on me, but it didn't. Revelations got a similar buff as to the regular one. Shockwave can't deal damage to leftover targets. Got it. No double hit. I see it now. But I mean, even without the shotgunning, these are not insignificant buffs. Like you have bigger radius, 50% increased effectiveness, and then I don't know the math here. I'm not going to do it in my head, but number is bigger on both sides. So still pretty good, pretty decent. Quick step is able to now dash over terrain. The fuck is quick step?
Everyone loves a slinky. You gotta get a slinky, slinky, slinky. Go, slinky, go!
Woo, Bach! What's up, Patrick? How you been, bud? Thank you for the 10-month sub in a row. Oh, it's exclusive to Ruthless mode, so I don't even have access to this. Got it. I was like, I have no idea what this skill is. That's because I don't play Ruthless. Got it. Okay. Thank you for the 10-month sub, though, Patrick. Hope you're doing well, bud. Everyone, I mean Crip and Chris Wilson. What's the normal green dash called then? Dash? It's just called dash, right? Dash? Oh yeah, I'm stupid. It's alright, you're doing good. Ravenous granted by Verso's Ambition unique boots. The Ravenous buff now removed and is no longer have Ravenous skill, such as by equipping the boots. Okay, so you can't apply the buff to change boots and keep the buff kind of thing. It's fine. Rolling Magma. Good. Good. But they nerfed the early game, buffed the late game, so you can still use it in a late game for like that weird build that Lundy did last league. That was just pure eye cancer. That build's just better. Early game is worse. I don't care. I don't want to use the skill anyway. I'm fine with it. It's probably still fine, to be honest, if we're being real, chat. Like it still does the double hit thing, which is the reason that people like to use it a lot. It's probably still fine for people running it in campaign. Rune Blast. Chat, what's Rune Blast? Not cooked. Huh? Oh, it's part of Stormbind. I never remember the alternate names of. I never remember these parts. I only remember this part. I never remember this thing. Like how I want to say, is it Infernal Cry has like combustion or something like that? That one I only know a little bit because of RF and helping tie with stuff. You're mentioning mines. Be careful with lightning based spells now because the extra cost of realization too. Yeah, that's fair. But you could go fire stuff, which has reduced cost. So fire stocks go up in mines, eh? A lot of the fire stuff got reduced cost, so. No. And the cast speed thing for lightning doesn't really matter because you're playing mines, so the cast speed doesn't matter as much, right? Which is like the big benefit of like self casting for lightning. Is his cast speed is higher or lower rather? A Rune Blast now has a cast time of 0.56 seconds. What's what I'm saying? Like, so things that have faster cast speed, like they reduced cast speed for most lightning things. So they heighten the cost. So that technically means that mine lightning stuff is just worst. So reduce cast speed on a lightning skill and the higher mana cost of is like a double no for using as a mine. Reduce cast time, not cast speed. Does cast time not imply with cast speed? Does cast time matter for mines? The left guy on the bench said they were trying to buff self-cast, and he's really mentioned mines not to want to oppose, so be careful there. Guess he's out cast you spell. Cast time is 1 seconds, for example. Sure, yeah. So, do mines still apply cast time? Like, if the cast time of a spell is 2 seconds, does that mean that the mine takes 2 seconds to cast the spell? Okay, so y'all are getting okay. So what I'm saying, the vibe of what I'm saying is correct. It's just the fact that I said it in a weird way is what we're arguing here. So lightning stuff typically is worse because the cast time is lower, and you don't care about lower cast time. The fact that the cost goes up on lightning stuff hurts mines, though. So while this doesn't necessarily hurt the mine thing, this part does, and this part's compensated by the fact that this is lower. Like, oh, it costs more, but you're casting so much faster, which is the cool part. But as a mine, you're not casting much faster, and you're just paying the extra cost for it. Is what I'm trying to say. We all on the same page? Is what I'm saying correct? We're all understanding that? You're getting the downside without the upside part? Okay. I said it in a weird way, and I get what you guys are arguing the semantics of it, which I appreciate, because I too like to argue semantics of things. Cool. So yeah, so fire skills technically are better for mines because they have just reduced cost, whereas lightning has increased cost with the new changes. Cool. All right. Where are we at? Rune Blast? Rune Blast teleportation. Fireball mines on the list of things to do. I want to do full ground slime of full fizz first time. Hell yeah. I'm very heavily leaning towards just playing cold dot elementalists as usual. But we'll see what they teased that there are gonna be some more dot changes before launch. So we'll see what that looks like. I have a lot of like second, third, fourth character ideas that I want to run through during the league. The left guy mentioned. Do you just not know his name is Andrew? Is that what you call him, the left guy? I'm horrible with names. That's fair. Yeah. It's Andrew. Okay, yeah. Andrew did mention it. Yeah. They also mentioned maybe some keystones being added. Yeah. Andrew PTSD. They also mentioned some maybe a keystone being added for dot stuff. So excited to see what that looks like if it ever gets added. I'm not gonna be Rune Blast chat. I don't want to. Shock Nova, reduced cooldown. Or sorry, reduced cast time. Increased mana cost. More damage. Same stuff everything else gets. Did Procession get it too? Oh, they lowered the floor, raised the ceiling. So is average damage on both of these better or worse? I'm gonna be honest. Even if it's the same, I'm gonna call it a buff. If you average these numbers out and it's the same, I'm calling it a buff because having a higher high is always worth it. Especially when you get things like lucky lightning damage. kind of stuff. More cost for things. Okay. Somatic Shell, that was one of the new kinetic skills that I didn't really mess with. Armor Brand of Volatility might be the new hotness for neck builds. I still think Penance Brand is probably stronger than Armor Brand of Volatility by like a large margin. If you're playing Elemental specifically, if you're playing someone else, then yeah, Armor Brand Volatility might be worth it. But a Fizz spell being converted is usually stronger than just a pure Elemental spell, because you can stack things like, Fizz is extra a bunch. You also, as an Elementalist, have the whole, everything ignites build. So yeah. What? I've been wanting to do a regular Chaos style cult, but won't be a boss killer, meh? I mean, you can have multiple characters. You could still like progress and stuff with like dot builds and not just be like, I'm gonna farm Ubers right now. So Max Shell, more base attack damage, more attack speed, less mana cost, and higher base explosion. So all around improved, but I never played the skill, so I don't even know how it operates, but I probably won't play it even now. Not really my thing. Soul Rend of Reaping fires more projectiles. I love the fact that some things got more projectiles at like level 1. And crit chance. Is Reaping like just a damage one? And not like a dot one? Does not have any dot component. Okay, so this is just like a pure like hit based one. And it leeches damage as energy shield. Figure out how to stand there. The cultist is a new channeling boost. Yeah, and you have like the channeling supports, like what was it, infused channeling or whatever previously that was added a couple weeks ago. You take less damage from hits. I know some people still aren't excited for like channeling stuff, but people who like channeling, they're slowly giving you more and more tools to like kind of work with to make things like a little bit better. And I think that's nice. Also, 2% quality on this buffs it a little bit. How do you not include Cyclone in there? I mean, Cyclone's strong already. You don't need Cyclone. Channel support on the passage tree? Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. More channel specific stuff. Like they have cast wall stun stuff, but they can't have channeling stuff. That's crazy. All right, Spark. This is going towards Fez now. Cast time's been reduced, so you're casting Spark faster. Mana cost has been increased. But that's base Spark. No one uses that. We want Spark in the Nova. What Spark in the Nova got? Reduced projectiles, so less projectiles. Does their quality give projectiles? Is that why? Yes, that's why. So it probably ends up net positive there. Cast speed reduction. So it's pretty much the same thing as the first one, I would say. Which is fine. Unpredictability. More proj. Less cast speed or cast time. Those costs are brutal. Yeah, I mean, there's also you're always gonna have to worry about like cost stuff, especially with spells. They did add a couple more notables they talked about with cost efficiency on it. So maybe like you might have to spec a little bit more into cost efficiency for things. As someone who played a lot of cast on crit and has previously dealt with like a series of mana issue nerfs over its lifespan, you can always find a way if you want to, Storm Burst, higher effectiveness, higher base damage, buffs. Oh, we got much more. Okay, cool. Once we finish this part of it, and I guess the vault changes, I guess the support changes, We're gonna go to the other page over here and look at what this guy has on his spreadsheet to make it a little more clear, hopefully, about what happened. Storm Call. It's just the same buffs most everything else is getting. More damage, better cast speed, more mana cost for that. Oh, big money here. Makes me want to play Tornado of Turbulence right away, which I might. It could be something I have to pivot to right away. More damage effectiveness. Now more physical damage. Love it. My beloved. I want to play Elementalist Tornado of Turbulence. It's gonna be lit. Especially with the new minion pack gym and golem stacking. We'll talk about that more later, though, I guess. Unearth has a crit chance. What the? I didn't know Unearth could crit in the first place. I thought it was just throwing bodies on the ground, but I guess you can hit people with it. All right. Void Sphere, crit increase. His damage converted to chaos by went up a little bit by 20%. His proj, then a corpse. Got it. Effective adderness increased. Straight fire buffs. Void Sphere of Rending. It's bigger. It crit better. It convert more. It added more effectiveness. It more base. Void Spirit League is in. Volatile Dead Confinement has bigger explosion radius now. Voltaic Burst. Higher crit. Ooh, by a lot. Actually, that's a huge crit bonus. More conversion. Bigger, more lightning damage from the corpse explosion. More effectiveness. More base. More. Vortex, this is not going to be for the dot-based stuff. This is just adding the freeze that a lot of the stuff got, the crit chance, and cast time. Which, I mean, it's all still buffs, but... Oh, base mana cost is reduced as well. All buffs, but not enough for me to care about it for cold dot specifically. Well, no. If this worked for just damage over time instead of ailments, then it'd be lit. No cast speed, yeah. Good old left click Vortex days. When I first started playing Cold Dot. Shout out to Stock Central. What were you doing, gang? All buffs here. With a conviction. It's just better. Oh, it's increased. This is a nerf. I thought it was reduced. But the cast time's better, so I'll take it as a win. Same thing for Trathis version. Though the Trathis version is weird because you can't have multiple versions of it out at once, so like spamming it faster doesn't help. It does make you spam it once and then you can move on kind of thing easier, but yeah. Warb. I think Martial RTs is buffed. Looks like it gets more proj. Freeze. Higher crit. And more base damage. So yeah, just Warb enjoyers. Warb enjoyers are gonna have a great time. Alright, Vol skill changes. Or gym changes rather. Well, they're all skills. They're not there's no Vol supports that I know of. Vol of Liquid Works now has higher crit, Cold Snap, so it's pretty much adjusting the same similar things as what it was before. Are the ones that up here, the other ones have. Bigger base radius. Yeah, I'm not gonna read over this actually. This is all just the same stuff. Okay. Supports. Archmage now has added Archmage got nerfed, so Arcane Cloak and Archmage both got a little bit of nerf. It's like a little bit worse. Blessed Totem ate a nerf as well. Totems and Shambles. Barrage support is buffed. More proj, reduced less damage. More attack speed. More trap and mine throwing per projectile. But it has higher cost reservation and multiplier. Okay. Blast mine. Nerfs. It's more less damage. and more mana cost. Cast on Warbreak now has a cap of 400 up to 400% instead of uncapped. Cast Wall Channeling. Looks like it triggers faster. And reduced less damage. So Cast Wall Channeling buff. Charge Mines. Have reduced throw speed. Increased crit chance power charge reduced as well. So overall, just Charge Mines straight nerf for everything in there. Companionship. No longer has minion support skills have more life. Now it makes it to where they take less damage if it's your only minion. Fair. Trying to avoid any kind of future issues with like minion life shenanigans like they have with Minion Pack this league. High Impact Mine. Just more nerfs to mine playstyle with these specific supports. Minion Pack. So this is actually obviously a nerf to what it previously was, but it's now called Communion Support. Support spell skills that hit enemies. It cannot modify skills of minions. Support skills deal 20 to 30 added fizz for each permanent minion at gem level 3. And it has more cost to it. But so what I was thinking was for like things like as a fizz spell, you can play Elementalist and go Golemancer, with the golem stacking thing, you get like 12, 14 plus, or if you go really into it, like 20 golems. And those are permanent golems, and you get so much added flat fizz from that. So I think it's actually pretty cool. It could be cool with like a lot of the fizz stuff, like Elemental Turbulence, Penance Brands, those kind of things. EK, all that stuff. Spell Totem, also nerfed, does less damage, even less damage now. Unleash, buffed? Yes, buffed. It starts off the same, and it ends up with reduced less damage. So Unleash is better. And the same thing happened to... Well, actually, it's even at level 1, this is still better. But yeah, this is also buffed. Both Unleashes are good. All right. We read through the skill gem stuff now. So we're going to go through this website this guy I found on Reddit. He posted, kind of gave his opinion on things and did like some math on basis changes. You can see the quality buff effects with everything. So Arcane Cloak, he's mentioned as a nerf. Percent base wise, 28%, 20.6% mana. You get 10% buff effect from the quality. All that kinds of stuff. You can kind of see this. Actually, I'm going to post this in chat for anyone who might want to utilize it. Look at. I'm mostly going to look at the stuff that I care about. But as you can see, he mentions most things are buffed. Some things are mixed. Only a few things are nerfed, but most of them are buffs for the most part. But just scrolling down real quick and seeing all the green. And you get to the totem supports, and you're like, oh, so the supports got nerfed a lot, but the skills themselves are buffed. Things that I care about, or I'm interested in potentially building around. Also, if there's anything y'all want to look at, like you're interested in, let me know. Cold Snap is a buff. We get more chill effect. We get a chance to freeze. It's a buff. Actually, I'm gonna run a restroom real quick before we get far into looking at more of this. Then back to patch notes. I'm back. Oh, perfect ads. Well, hopefully the ads caught you guys well as way, and not just as I got back. Cold snap of power is kind of interesting. Can you cold snap of power to bypass like the thing? Keeping frost like mines is probably better now too, because you do hit base with that, and obviously higher crit is better, and more radius is also not bad. Zero knives. Yeah, it's all green, baby. It's all green. I have Winter used to be a really fun skill I liked a lot as well. I haven't played in a long time. Crit being buffed is nice. Firestorm is also something I'm interested in. The meteor one specifically. Just a big meteor just plopping down sometimes. Edge. We might level with Freezing Pulse now for Wintertide. I think Freezing Pulse already had a good time with it before, and I never suggest people to do it, but I was switching to Kinetic Bolt. I might just go back to just using Freezing Pulse. Frost Bomb is a supportive thing for us, but this is kind of cool. The forthcoming one. You want to use that as like your main skill kind of thing? Oh, Hex Blast. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like look at this too heavily, but pretty much everything that I care about has been buffed. That's mentioned. I would say I would like Wintertide to see some more love, but Sparkgate, some mana cost nerfs, but like I said, that's most things. Nerfed. Alright. Cool. Moving on from this. We're on. Well, is Adge still there? Hold on. No, Adge is over. Unique changes. Aberrant's unique wand no longer has 20 to 30% increased fire. It now has 80 to 120 increased global kit chance, previously 40 to 60. 30 to 50 fire, or sorry, damage over time multiplier for ignite from crit strikes. Interesting. These things have gotten a quality change to have flat radius for quality instead of based on any nearby. How far? We're not too far from the bottom, right? Okay, we're pretty far still. We're still pretty far. We'll get there. Trust. Zeri's rule has more crit chance. Or just now has. Like I said, didn't have it before. Breath of the Console, Unique Scepter, now has Chaos skills, increased Vector duration, increased Chaos damage, increased area effect. There's a straight buff to it. I don't really use it though. Kingdom Unraveling. I'm not a big Chaos person, I guess is the other thing. Though it is probably, I say that, but I do like chaos. I just don't play it as often anymore. Our unique staff no longer has that. Now has +1 max power charges. Increases attack speed per power charge. Regenerate per power charge. So all overall buffs to those items so far. Service Limb has more cast speed. Buff to there. Disintegrator unique staff now has additional physical damage reduction from hits per siphoning charge. Gain comes with max power charge, yeah. Chain of Unraveling has a max power charge on it now. Not a picture. Oh, it's this thing. I remember. Let's see the picture. I'll remember what it is. So yeah, they removed this line. They added in max power charge instead and increased, I think, these numbers. Maybe not the multiplier. Maybe it was just the cast speed and the regenerate. Yeah, cast speed regenerate got increased. So it lost a little bit of chaos damage, but gained a power charge and better cast speed and regeneration, which I think is overall good. Super Slim. Or I said that one. Yeah, like 20-30% is like nothing. I'd rather the power charge and the other buffs definitely outweigh the amount of increased chaos damage. The Disintegrator Staff now has additional damage reduction per siphoning charge. Physical damage attacks and spells per siphoning charge. So it's just better by quite a big margin, actually. Quite a significant buff to the physical damage and stuff. Joriani's Delusion unique boots are now found on Leviathan Greaves, Velour boots. Oh, is this from the unique map? And Warlock boot types, previously Titan Greaves, Slick boots, and Sorcerer boots. So they upgraded to the highest tier base for each one. The boots are now always fine and corrupted with a corruption implicit modifier. These do not change the existing versions of the unique and now grant level 30 Purity of Fire, Ice, and Lightning, previously level 25. Existing items are affected by this change, though they will display as level 25 unless you update them with a Divine Orb. They can now have plus 0 to 100 maximum life, previously 60 to 70, so a much wider range. 0 to 40 movement speed, previously 30. Armor-based Orianis now have 0 to 200 armor. Evasion has 0 to 200 evasion. And Energy Shield has 0 to 200 Energy Shield. So they are trying to make the boots kind of better. I don't know if I would still got a way to chase for them, though, kind of thing, you know? So nerf to trade Delve by making it not part of the challenge thing anymore. Dust Dawn and Republic Dust Dawn now have a 20% chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff. Previously 10%. So that's definitely a huge increase. What else is on Dust Dawn? Crit multi and honestly, it's not that bad of a staff. Especially for kind of like early progression based. Because with, did it say 30? Up to 30? So with up to 30, I mean, you already have the 25 here. It's like literally 55 attack block from just this staff. Not bad. Emberwake Unique Ring now has 10% to 10 to 20% increased attack cast speed. Previously 5 to 10, so that's definitely a lot more cast speed. Less burning damage, or reduced less burning damage. So yeah, just a buff to that. Replica Emberwick also received the cast speed buff, and then now Knights deal 40 to 60 faster. Emberwick is the one that reduced the amount of duration, though, right? %, but it does deal it much, much faster now. And you have more cast speed. Probably overall worth it. Bob Ghost Wraith. I know this one already got a nerf. Remember when it used to be 50, chat? Now it's down to 35. Grey Spire Unique Staff has implicit modifiers are doubled. 300 to 400 increased global damage. So buff there. Max res can also hit 5 now instead of only 4. Okay. The Grey Wind got nerfed. It considers less of your maximum life now than it previously could. The Gull, also I know this got nerfed, some people talk about it already. Shrine buff got nerfed. Increased duration technically can reach the same level, but can also reach a much worse level. So Gull is nerfed. Foulborn Heartbound Loop has 20 to 30 mana cost efficiency of minion skills instead of reduced minion skills. So I don't know how that correlates between efficiency and reduced. So let's just see how it plays and feels. Hate Forge now has rage cost efficiency instead of reduced rage cost. Honor Home has mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost. And early Honor Home is so strong. I remember I had it on League launch last league. It was such a good vibe. Jaquani Staff, I want to say this one was nerfed as well. You get a lot less damage. Yeah. It only goes up to 35 now instead of 53. So, womp womp. Foulborn Khaleesi's Grace. Mana cost efficiency after 2 seconds of spending 800 mana. Previously 50 reduced for 2 seconds after spending 800 mana. Again, all efficiency stuff, I don't know how it's going to feel when actually playing it, so it's kind of like a okay change. All sorts of reduced mana cost is how they're getting rid of the 0 cost things. Yeah. They can never go to 0, yeah. Which is fine. I don't necessarily think that, everything should be always 0 cost. So it would be okay. I just want to see how bad it feels, kind of thing. Lion's Eye Remorse Unique Shield has minus 150 damage taken from projectile attacks, previously 25. I mean, it's a buff, but Mass Fiction Demon now regenerates. Player maximum energy shield. Got it. So it's a nerf to AG specifically, probably? The Mass Fiction Demon? We'll find on low investment, much worse on high investment. Mask of the Tribunal unique now has efficiency for 250 attributes. Alright. Martyr of Innocent Staff, more block, and more fire damage. Maw of Mischief, popular little Ignite build. Now has increased efficiency of minion skills. Alright. That's pretty much the only change. Milton Faith is more efficiency instead of reduced costs. Mystic Refractor now has more proj speed. Man, it can go up to 10 to 50 instead versus 10 to 20. Jesus. Nebulous now has increased. Oh, it got nerfed. Used to be 5 to 10, now it's 6 to 8. Not a huge nerf, but it is a nerf. Got to sign. More armor. Practice unique ring. More mana cost efficiency instead of reduced cost, I would assume. Or like the minus cost or whatever. Realm Shipper unique staff has +2 fire socket spells. And +2 cold. Previously 1 for both. Wrath Pith, I know these got nerfed. It went from 5% to 3% on both mods for both things. Or Fileborn only got it nerfed for the damage over time part. Shimmeron, unique wand, no longer adds lightning damage to spells or increased spell damage, and now has +1 max power charges. It adds lightning damage per power charge, and 300 lightning damage taken per power charge if your skills dealt recently. Okay, so more power charges, power charge scaling, but if you crit, you're taking more damage now. It's only 100 more damage, it's probably fine. Singularity, more mana cost efficiency instead of reduced cost. That's about it. Faces Prison. No longer gets max life. Now gets increased implicit magnitudes. Faces Prison unique body armor. Oh wait, sorry about that one. A Stormfire unique ring. Now has more lightning damage. Well, a lot more lightning damage against ignited enemies. Terran's Shiver unique staff no longer has increased spell damage. Now has 2 to 4 level of cold spells. Previously just 2. Increased cold damage. Previously just it's at 80 to 140. Previously 40 to 50. And a freeze chance of 25 to 50 versus 8. The Takahanuku's timing ring now has 60 to 80 maximum energy shield. It also has spells cause you to gain energy shield equal to the upfront cost every 3rd time you pay for it. Use every 5th time, so you get more often. Okay. Kind of interesting. The way to recover a shield that's not really like a leech or a regeneration. I say that ring feels like, yeah, a little bit better. Nice buff to the ring, yeah. Tiebreaker unique mace no longer has physical damage per power charge. And now grant this is one they showcase with the AG thing. Chance to gain brine charge instead of power charge. You gain 4% physical damage as extra cold damage and extra lightning damage per brine charge. Maximum brine charges equals to maximum endurance charges. Banger. Could be cool. Fukama's Fortress unique shield has 500 armor per summon totem, previously 300. Replica Tollfall wand now has 20 to 30% increased cold damage per frenzy charge, previously 10 to 20. Replica Tukuyama's Fortress now has 30% increased crit chance per brand. Sorry, there was a brand shield that I just never really looked at. I guess I don't really care about crit on Wintertide, but or on Ignite necessarily. It's fair. The Velako sign unique ring now has 100 to 150 maximum mana, previously 20 to 40. The Vertex helmet now has socketed gems have 50% less mana cost, previously 50% reduced. Unique Void Battery now has 10 to 15 spell damage per power charge, previously 25, so a nerf to the power charges there. Reduce spell damage. It made the spell damage reduce better though. Like 50% versus 80. You get more maximum mana. Probably overall a positive, to be honest. The reduced spell damage was pretty big, 80%. maybe not. Maybe it doesn't balance out well. It might be a nerfed Void Battery, but it's okay. Void Fletcher unique quiver is now found in the ornate quiver type, previously a primal. It no longer has gained 20 to 40 energy or mana per enemy killed, or 30% increased projectile speed. It now has +2 sockets, for a total of 3 sockets, including the one granted by the implicit modifier. Changes do not exist affect existing items. Now gains a void charge every second, previously every 0.5 seconds. I never used Void Fletcher, so I have no idea what that means for this. I'm not a big bow player. Wormsign unique gloves now have 2% increased efficiency per power charge. Previously 4% reduced. Yamka's Accord. Yomax. New Scepter now has +1 to 2 Vol skill gems. Reduced mana cost implicits no longer roll on synthesis unique items. Item changes. Oh, non-unique synthesis. Good evening. What's up, Arcan? No Madness? How you doing? Non-unique synthesized items no longer be obtained except through corrupting synthesis uniques to be rare items. How you feeling? Feeling pretty good. How are you? Currency like fracturing orbs, fractured fossils, reflecting mist no longer state that they don't work on synthesized items. These items cannot be these items still cannot be applied to synthesized items in standard. Okay. Harvest option to synthesize has been removed. Beastcraft's reroll synthesis modifier can only now apply to unique items. Oh, that's cool. So you can still kind of like if you get a unique item that like a nebulous, you can reroll the stuff. I'm doing good. Interested in the changes. The changes I'm actually feeling very positive about the league changes so far. There are obviously some things that are changing, but like losing Sith items, but at the same time, I play mostly private league / SSF these days, so I don't really go heavily into synthesized items. Socket rework is one of the best things ever. Yeah, I love Socket rework. It's huge. I'm very, very excited for Socket rework. Not only as like a build creator who tries to help encourage people to learn the game, making it to where they can just like socket the skills that I want in the socket pretty easily is really, really nice. And then if you can match the colors, it's a benefit. Like it's an extra bonus. But it does make space for the new random unique enchant thingy. Yeah. I think it's this. The other thing is like, I think they mentioned it really well that like, since this kind of was in a weird spot where it was messing with the design space they had available, to where like when they try to invent new things, they always have to consider like all that kind of stuff. So, like I said, it'll suck a little bit, but it'll be all right. Honestly, socket rework makes spellcaster. Oh yeah, RF people will enjoy it a lot more. Honestly, even like just people who want off-color things, like last league when Lundy wanted a Blunder board to be like 5 off colors, they can just do that now. Obviously, you won't get the benefit of it, but like you don't have to spend so much money to at least play the build, and then you can always invest into getting the right colors later. Life on hit support might be good. The new quality bonus. I don't know what the support of life on hit gives. Let's see. Life gain on hit. It's just more. You give extras. Got it. Yeah. I mean, it gives it another 5, right? You know what I was excited for you about? Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, imagine getting the Shavs line or the other one onto like an ivory tower. Huge. How much story quality will give? Well, so unless they change how quality works for this, it would be like essentially just adding 10 more quality. So if you go into POB, you can test it out yourself right now. And just give this story quality to see. So 59 life at 30 versus 54. So you get 5 more life with the quality. And I don't think they changed what quality effects for life gain on hit. I don't remember seeing that when I went through it. So nice. Oh no, yeah, it is nice. I mean, like I said, it's only a benefit. There's no negative to the change. It's literally just extra stuff. But yeah, more life on hit on the passive tree. Well, usually people that use life on hit attack very fast or have like multiple projectiles that just give you so much life on hit already. Like you don't need a large, or you use things like claws, that have that innately on there. I guess it just depends on where you're looking, like trying to build from. So like obviously Shadow has a bunch of it in this area, right? And they have some in the masteries. But like over here, if you're over here trying to get life on hit, it's a little harder. But like if you're over on the right side, you have at least a little bit more access. That being said, like things like claws, stuff like that works. Life in on hit as a support also works. You can also get it, and I think some corruptions can get in a roll as well. You have a heavy strike marauder. Smug's not here right now, but we have a YouTube chatter who comes around for POE when we're playing it, and he's really big into heavy strike as a skill. But yeah, the new unique thing is really exciting. I'm excited to try to. I was like, maybe for once in my life, I have to actually farm Legion because I want to try to experiment a lot with the moving unique stuff over to other uniques and see what kind of cool kooky stuff I can come up with. So I'll probably be farming Legion this league. Not right away. I'm still gonna go breach / betrayal. Just to get my gear in line, but probably my next farm after that will be maybe Legion. We'll see. We'll see how the league plays out. Where are we at here? Fracture fossils now fracture random modifier. I love it. I actually like this change. I know that the split thing is a little annoying. It removes it kind of stuff. But I like that fracture fossils actually act as a fracturing orb. That's awesome. Also goes with the new crafting thing because I already showed you can use fossils in the new crafting mechanic for this league. Beast action, we are fractures modifier on a rare talisman with at least 4 modifiers. So specifically a talisman now. Bonus 30% quality of heavy strike gives 7% chance to do double damage at max rank, I believe. Just go to a new thing. Regular heavy strike or Trappist? Yeah, close. 69%, which is a much nicer number. But you get 69%. If I go 21, does it go up? 20. So 21 will push over 70. Nice. Yeah, it's a much cool. I'd rather have 69% instead of 70%, to be honest. But yeah, so yeah, pretty good. And obviously, you can still corrupt it to get like 23, right? So you technically could go easily to 33 here, which would make you go to 72. 21, 23 would be a little harder. With these 73, so on and so forth. Am I missing the socket bonus 2x 10%? What? You'll get 100% easily the character that much. I mean, yeah, on here, if you're playing trade or you're just like farming a lot in SSF / group found, gym 20% red bonus plus 10%. What? All gyms get 10% more, so everyone's operating on like 30% quality. Did you miss that the gym changed added some quality? Yeah. So if you go look at gym changes, here I'll show you real quick. Here, gym socket changes. Socket gyms now gain 10% quality to red, green, and blue gyms if the gym color matches the socket color. Yeah, that's why we were looking at. That's why we had this at 30%, which gave it the 69% double damage. But yeah, like let's say you put on like Ashes of the Stars, you can easily get like 100% if you are in trade or just like lucky. $100% double damage. My bad for playing WoW on another screen. No big deal, bud. Yeah, you probably won't have all 6 of your sockets matching, especially early on. But like that's why I'm not betting on everything necessarily going up. I'm mostly betting on at least my main skill. Like I'm gonna have at least my main skill be matching. Anything after that's just like an extra cool thing. Yeah. I mean, eventually, depending on obviously how rare chromatics are and stuff like that, um, I'll try to perfect it a little bit and stuff here or there. But as long as I have the main skill and maybe like 1 or 2 supports at it, I mean, it's still positive. Yeah, like CDR. Yeah, there's some good. Even things like golems have buff effect. So this is technically a buff 2 golems chat. The whole chromatic orbs being scared. That's fair. It depends on how rare. Like I said, it depends on how rare they are. But at the same time, at least you don't have that pressure, especially going through campaign where you're like, oh, I want to equip this, but I literally have no chromes to change over the colors to equip my gems into it, so I can't equip this. But yeah, so like the pressure for the in game might be a little bit wonky with it, but overall I think it's gonna be fine. That being said, they still have like craft recipes on the bench for using like what was it, like 3 and 8. So I don't think it's gonna be uber rare or anything. I don't think it's gonna be like divine levels or something like that. They're probably more like exalt levels, I would assume. Which last league I had a shit ton of exalts. I think only Vigilant Strikes has more added effectiveness. I don't know enough about added effectiveness of different gems, to be honest. I'm not the biggest melee enjoyer in the world. There was some website. Is it the wiki? Skill gems POE wiki? Let you sort by effectiveness? I want to say somewhere I remember sorting by effectiveness, and I can't remember where it's at now. POEDB? What page? If you find it, let me know. It definitely exists somewhere where you can sort by effectiveness, and you'll see things like the retaliation skill, Crushing Fist, has like the highest level added effectiveness. Stuff like that. It's definitely somewhere. I just can't remember where it's at. Go Berserker, Heavy Strike, and lean into the added damage. I mean, Berserker's always strong early, yeah. Especially if you're going to be hitting things. Not a bad call. Or you just like making up your own build as you go? because that's awesome. That's my goat. Where are we at on here? Pretty much. Hell yeah. It's always fun to do that. Especially if you're playing, like I said, if you're playing like Pirate League or SSF, you don't, or if you don't have the fear of missing out, you don't have FOMO from trade leagues. Always fun to kind of make your own stuff. Ancient Orbs can no longer reroll unique items. The first time I beat the main campaign was a self-made default attack build I made myself. The only game that I've enjoyed, ARPG that I've enjoyed default attacking in has been Grim Dawn so far, and that's recently. That's because Grim Dawn has a lot of things that proc on default attacking. Lapsus Ancestral is funny on how it overlaps. Oh, on certain skills. Got it. I was like, what are we talking about again? But I did it. Maybe proud of myself. Yeah. I mean, that's always a good fun thing. Like I said, as long as you don't have that, I tell people all the time, they're like, oh, should I make my own build or should I follow a guide? I was like, it just depends on the person you are. If you're willing to like, if you like to, if it excites you to like make your own thing up, but understand that you're going to hit a wall eventually, and you have to figure out how to get around that wall, then like make your own build. But if you're going to like hit a wall and then get frustrated and not want to play because you hit a wall, then follow a guide. Do whatever would make the game fun for you. Using skill gems feels like cheating now. Well, attack gems, that's fair. After default attacking, yeah. Have you ever played Grim Dawn, by the way? Because, like I said, Grim Dawn has a very cool default attack style to like its gameplay if you wanted to use it. Yeah, I play Grim Dawn. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go back to play the expansion after POE after I'm done with POE1, which will be like probably 2 months down the road. Do you want somebody already thought of what you wanted to do and made a guide? Not all the time. There's always someone's gotta be the first to something. Ancient orbs can no longer roll unique items that you have the same name. It's possible for Beacon of Madness and Volkirs. Multiple orbs can now be used for items that have no modifiers to outscale outside its range, consistent with Divine Orbs. Mana and mana reduction can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Instead, you can unveil or craft mana and increased efficiency on rings. I guess it means like the minus cost is gone. Is that right? What we're doing here? Also, ever reached the T2 maps with default attack man? Yeah, PoE doesn't really support a default attack playstyle very well. I would imagine. The Openness Cluster Jewel has added effect mana efficiency. The Daring Ideas Cluster Jewel notable has for attacks. A new modifier added to jewels for mana efficiency. Implicit block modifiers on staves no longer explicitly state they require a staff. Makes sense because you're already wielding a staff. Least default is viable in PoE2. I mean, yeah, you kind of, if you're playing a slammer early, a lot of people will just do base strike until later. Like I said, once that changed this league, rolling slam and stuff got updated to be actually usable early on. Just to block attack damage and spell damage modifiers can now roll on staffs. Corresponding crafting bench stuff has been updated. Eldritch Influence staffs can no longer roll it. It's already on the base, who cares? Redeemer version got buffed. 15 to 22%. Redeemer version is the same thing. So the spell version got buffed and the attack damage got buffed. I don't like slam skills. I feel weird. I like a simple hitting things. There are a lot of skills like that in PoE that call strike skills mostly. So like dual strike, that kind of stuff. Strike skills are a lot more of the I just want to hit things without a big effect. That means that some strike skills do have still big effects. But strike skills are usually a little bit better, more aligned to like a default like visibility playstyle. Bone Shatter's a good example. Increase attack speed instead of maximum mana on Moonstone Rings. Demon's Horn, Opal Horn, and Opal Wand and Tornado Wand base have increased spell damage split modifiers instead of added damage. Ooh, that's rough. Added damage made them feel so much better early. For people who use like attack, kinetic people. Spellcasters are gonna be like, fuck yeah, most likely. Actually, it was added damage to spells, I think, too, not just attacks. So I think it's still a little bit of a nerf. It'll be alright. Not noticeable later. Modifiers to all spell skill gems and all spell skill gems of specific damage type on staffs have all now been additional modifier tier. The lower tier modifiers are much more common and can roll staffs at earlier levels. Modifiers to all levels of spell skill gems of a specific damage type go to +4 at a maximum modifier, previously +3. The slams are simple. You slam, monster die. I definitely like strikes more. I think more too, though. Mostly because strikes, you get that real. Like, usually with strikes, you go into like attack speed, so you get that real like crunch, that kind of thing, instead of just being like, "Whoa, blah, blah." I like the faster attacking stuff usually. Increases spell damage, fire damage, cold damage, lightning damage prefixes on staffs has been increased on all modifier tiers up to 200% at maximum, previously 164. Trying to make it to where people will start using staffs instead of just always like scepter/wand and shield. Relevant crafting bench, essence veiled, influence, and incursion modifiers have also been increased accordingly. This extends to trap damage, mind damage, burning damage, poison damage, bleeding damage prefixes on staves. Feel a little anime to me. Ooh ooh. Yeah, exactly. I want to flail like that. I like to attack like that whenever I hit things if I'm doing melee. Hybrid spell damage, minion damage, and main prefixes on cast weapons have now been increased to all modifiers, up to 49% of maximum mana for one-handed, and up to 86, previously 49%. Added damage to spell prefixes on cast weapons have been buffed, with larger buffs on the higher tiers of the staffs. Highest tier modifier on a one-handed cast weapon is now up to... Honestly, I think the biggest issue that we're going to face with, like, if you want to use the staff, like, and like block with it over like a shield, the thing you're gonna run into is the fact that like staves don't have innate recovery on block. And that's like the main point of going to block is you have recovery on block, like Aegis Aurora or Shaper influence stuff. Okay, so they're buffing all this stuff to make staves a little bit stronger and more in line, trying to make people not just want to do one hand plus shield. They removed the suffix modifiers for cold fire. That actually makes crafting a little bit easier, I think. That faster has recover on block? How much? %2% for spell damage. Well, so the fact that did they change the mastery at all in the new patch? Because the fact that like spell damage only recovers energy shield and attack damage only recovers life is not great. Just give me when I block, I get both of those kind of a thing. It's like this right here. You're regenerating energy shield and life when stunned, not when stunned by spell, when stunned by attack. You know? So hopefully they eventually fix that or make it or change it rather. But this should make it easier to craft scepters and wands and stuff now. Forgot what I was doing. I was like panicked for a second there. So for instance, going for cold, you only have to worry about prefixes because there's no cold on here. Well, I guess chest freeze is still there. But it is less there now. So there's less options here. And a cold enter time, which we love anyway. Increase spell crit. One-handed cast weapons now have a value of 40 to 109, previously 10 to 109. Added similar thing on stats, but better. Reduce enemy threshold modifiers, no longer roll. Oh, hell yeah. Get those reduced thresholds out of here. Look at that. Look at that waiting. It's gone now, chat. Hopefully this also gets removed. Remove stun duration in general. Oh, it also says that. Stun duration no longer on all weapons. We can only roll on maces, attack staves, swords, axes, and bows. That's fine. Caster stuff is safe from it though. So they just took off two chunky things that I would never want to see. Off the pool. And this I never actually want to see either because it's like a low percent. I'd rather see like the other stuff like cast speed or one of the damage over time things, which are much more impactful. So that's pretty nice. Iron Will Marauder. Oh, like strength stacking to get spell damage. Or you self-casting Fireball. Fireball got buffed. Someone made this page, and it's a lot easier to process information. I don't know how accurate it is. I didn't fact check him, but it's a lot easier to process information on changes and stuff for me. Yeah. Bigger radius, bigger damage. Hopalons. Yep. More radius on top of the fact that they already scaled up the radius too. Try to make Fireball bigger. Top tier casting modifiers can now have the same weightings as the lower tier ones. So essentially, they're just going to equalize this all to be the same weighting, which I say is a buff. Dagger bases have 20% or with 30% increased scroll percent modifiers are now 40 to 45. So a little bit of buff there. 50 to 55 for the upper one, and then 60 to 65 for the highest one. Banger. I'm not gonna go over all the different corruption implicit adds because this is just coming from a lot of synthesis mods. I'm excited for it. I know some people are upset because it dilutes the pool for corruption implicits, but the pool for corruption implicits were kind of shit before, and this adds a bunch of interesting ones, like including explode, to like staves, rune daggers, scepters. Like very, very cool. Fun ones. So yeah, so I like that they added more stuff. And these can no longer roll, so they remove these, which these are the shitty ones. Oh no, they removed the block. That's a bit of a bummer. Hats removed. Nice. Burn damage on helmets. RF nerf, I guess. Cast speed on war staves. Spell damage on attack daggers. Yeah, it's whatever. Increase the aura effect of specific aura corruption implicit, so I can not only roll on amulets. I have increased value. Ring corruption implicits. I grant it global physical damage. Now grant global damage instead of physical damage. So it's all global damage. Okay, nice. I was like, what's different here? It's the same number. Belts now have increased maximum life corruption. Higher, so you can roll higher now. Same floor, higher ceiling. Caster staffs now have higher cast speed corruption. Local adds physical damage corruption. Can roll on war staves. Local increased physical damage corruption can now roll on war staves. Two-handed axes can now have increased weapon range. Implicits a little bit, pretty much double what it was before. Radius plus wind wall splash. Another fun thing you can do is add retaliate skills to your rotation, so you block, you add some retaliate stuff to your staff. Never dived into corruptions. They had the weird vol gems that didn't seem worth it, so I always just ignored them. Oh, I do a lot of corrupting stuff. Especially if someone in the private league is farming stuff for corruption temples for us, then I'll definitely do even more. Like last league I corrupted, had to be like 10 plus chains of command. Never hit what I wanted, but it was still fun to do. And that corrupt a lot of jewels if I need to get, Vol Cold Snap or something like that. And corrupting like jewels is a good way to get the corrupted only jewels, like Seething Fury, that kind of stuff. Obviously last league Mirage had a thing for that, but that's not going to be here this time, so we might have to go back to corrupting if people need those kinds of jewels. Gift card changes. Never use jewels either. Oh baby, their jewels are so good. That's obviously more of a late game thing, or we're right in campaign or like early progression as much. Following gift cards have been temporarily disabled: Broken Promises, Imperfect Memories, Magnum Opus. Existing divination cards cannot be turned in currently. I imagine it's probably synth-based stuff, right? Seems way too random of an item to think about in a build. Yeah, but there's certain things you can get. So it's definitely a gamble. I mean, a lot of POE's crafting, especially later on, is just like gambling for improvements. You might mess up on your first one, but you go again next time. Kind of guy that killed Dom and thought that was the end of the game. I mean, at one point that was the end of the game, wasn't it? Very, very long ago. Yeah. My first couple leagues, I didn't even beat the campaign that I played. But obviously now I go much further than killing or finishing the campaign. Typically. The Apocalypse Divination card states that reward is corrupted. Is purely descriptive change. Functionality has not changed. Call the first one Divination card. Now rewards will wear a talisman. The Catch and Margaroska can no longer be incubated. The Home Divination card now rewards an exceptional support gem. Excellent. Diablo 2 route, normal nightmare, merciless, yeah. Makes sense. I mean, it was heavily inspired by Diablo 2 when it first came out. How it has grown. To be fair, I didn't start really playing the game until they had all 10 acts. Even though 6 through 10 is just the same acts, slightly different over again with more corruption. Start a game as a bow marauder with tri-shot. I want to say the very first time that I actually entered the game, I leveled up. I opened the passive tree to spend my passive point. I closed the game and didn't come back for a couple years. I got overwhelmed immediately by the passive tree, and I was like, nope. And the second time I played, I want to say I played Frostblade's Assassin potentially. It was some kind of shadow, but I only made it to like Act 3, and then I bailed out. I think with all three elements. I mean, Ellie Hit has all three elements now, but I don't know what bow one would have that back then. Maybe Wild Hit if you use it with a bow. Yeah, I quit immediately. Got overwhelmed. Also, the community wasn't as big back then, or like I wasn't as involved in it at least, so it wasn't as much of a new player friendly approach to it that there are these days. I mean, these days are still a little rough for new players, right? But you have to be aware of the communities to be able to approach it. It's not like the game really leads you that way. All right, we're in the restroom real quick. You guys continue talking to yourself. Enjoy the chair stream. I'm back. POE was scary back then. I had to follow guides. Oh, nice. Be fair, I'm a super experienced player, and I don't have mastery of all dang interlocking mechanics. Nothing using a guide, especially when getting started in this infinite game. Yeah. There's literally nothing wrong with using um, guides. Like it's totally fine thing to do. Ruthless physics changes. Not gonna read that. Who cares about ruthless these days or any days really? Um, the rare monster rewards transforming all armor or all items and weapons has been removed. Other reward transformations have all same chance occurs before. Although the horned scarab of tradition is more powerful as a result of this change. Alright. Soul Eater now expires faster. Woo! That's a win. The exploding orbs from minions fire, cold, and lightning explode on death. It now always explodes after restoration, even if you are not in the area. That's cool. So you can circle back and not have to worry about things just still chasing you or floating there mysteriously. This is one of my favorite changes right here. I guess both of these technically, but mostly just this one. All classes now have a purchase faster attacks from Nessa upon completing the Caged Brute. We don't have to wait till Library as a witch anymore to get faster attacks on her shield charge. It's such a good change. Marauder also gets faster casting. Yeah, these are such cool changes. We're saved. This also means my idea for the Ellie hit of the Spectrum Elementalist is a little buffed as well. Now we have faster attacks for bow attacks early on to compensate for the fact that we have no attack speed early. Why would witch use shield charge? Movement. Go faster. I mean, attack skills. Not for shield charge, no. But I mean, this does make it to where you could do obviously witch attack skills better now. Because like you could obviously just not take this stuff. You can either go out the defensive route and get like some energy shield, or just go out, the attribute nodes and bounce into wherever you need to go. Want to see a pure shield charge build? I mean, shield crush isn't pure shield charge build, but you can just do a lot of damage with shield charge. It scales the same. Leaf slam totems. But anyway, this is huge. I think this is a great change. I think making it to where there's not like you don't have to mule stuff is a lot better. One of the things I like about PoE2 is that everyone kind of just has access to every skill as long as you have the gym itself. So in-hand moves in that direction is great. Having a mule is not very fun. Even though I know Fist just said I like the early guild interactions. Hollow. What unique items have really great mod, but not usable to do bad mod that we can take off of the new Legion stuff? It'll just depend on which ones can actually pull stuff off of, I guess is the other important part. For instance, people were talking about putting like, comms roots or sorry, putting things onto comms roots to give you movement speed on it, stuff like that. So it just depends on what mods are available to get pulled. Did Marauder not have faster attacks? That's crazy. Shield charge knockback build, you can infinite charge. You can already infinite charge. There are you could probably make a build out of it. I don't know if it would be like the best in-game build, but you can definitely make it. Yeah, Marauder already gets it. There's only Witch and Templar don't get it. It does. When did that get added? 321. Yeah, 321. So a few weeks ago. Wow, been a long while. Yeah. I say I feel like it's been there. Been a minute. Oh, we played Templar recently. Yeah, Templar and Witch are the only ones who don't have it currently. So that change only really helps Templar and Witch. Yeah, Templar doesn't have it. Yeah, they're the only two that didn't get faster attacks. For faster casting, it was Ranger, Duelist, Marauder didn't have faster casting. What even works with Shield Charge? I mean, so Shield Charge, you just want to scale the shield's damage. So if you look at like a Shield Crush build or a Spectral Shield Throw build, you're scaling damage similar to that, most likely. Because Shield Charge does more damage based off of the defenses of your shield and other modifiers, obviously. But you can look at like Shield Crush or Special Shield Throw and get like some ideas from it from there. Higher armor or evasion means higher damage. Manifuse Staff offered a Templar. You purchased by I want. Oh, okay, Witch and Shadow get it. Okay, I wonder who else can get it. Witch and Shadow can get it. So top side gets the new Manifuse Staff, which is weird. Like Shadow is a little weird with it, I guess, but not at the same time. I guess Marauder would also be weird with it. I don't know. I think it's all fine. I think adding Marauder to this list would probably make sense too, though. Why not Scion? Oh, that's another cool thing they changed. I don't know if it's listed in here, but making it to where Scion's just like available to new players is great. What do you mean he doesn't? It's right here. He gets it as a reward. Everyone else, the other two people can buy it. I assume that means Templar can also buy it, but Templar gets it as a reward. Oh, my bad. I'm stupid. You're good. There's a lot of words on the screen, and I know POE players are struggle with reading, myself included. So, it's all right. User interface stuff. You can now right-click on your animated guardian to view its equipped items, though you cannot remove or replace items in the window. They did say they were going to work on this to where you could replace things. They don't want to remove stuff. I think the removing stuff also is a bad idea, so I'm glad they don't want to do that. But I think you should be able to just place items in the window. That would be really nice. But they said they're looking into making that happen eventually, potentially. So, major currency items, fragments, all that kinds of stuff can now take up to 10,000. I'm gonna get so many wisdom scrolls and transmutes and alterations. It's gonna be huge. Repeat applying currency no longer drains each stack. Actually, I love this. This is like a weird minor change. But if you ever have an inventory full of like stacks of items, it'll pick one from each stack and it'll slowly count down. Now it's gonna drain one whole stack at a time. And I like that better. I don't know. Just, in my head, it makes me feel better. I don't think it's like it was such a weird thing. Yeah, I said it's literally no change like mechanically or anything like that. It is literally just like an autistic thing. I think. Be like, hell yeah. Oh yeah, Hollow's playing in the private league. Marshall. Where are we at now? Pop-up showing expedition remnant modifiers when placing explosives now also shows the number of remnants affected by the explosives. So okay, so if it's like immune to fire damage, 35, only 35 of them are immune. So you kind of can. I guess that's kind of nice. So you can kind of be like, oh, I missed this node. It's obviously back here in the middle, or it's right near the end. So I'll have to recall the whole thing. Okay. The confirmation window or releasing Immoral Syndicate members can now be skipped with Control Click. I don't do a lot of Betrayal, but I'm going to try a little bit more this league, so I'll try to remember this as a thing. I don't know if I want to skip them, though. I don't think I've ever skipped, because I'm not really a board planner. I more just want to run the stuff. Cannot use Instant Manager to create or join hideouts without changing your hideout type. Increase number of characters visible on the character select screen when there's no events or private leagues, so that's not going to help me. We talked about more scarabs, yeah. We talked about that earlier, because I think Ferbs came in and was talking about how there's no scarab farm now. And I was like, well, we get to the betrayal stuff, and I was like, oh, betrayals gets more scarabs, just farm betrayal. Problem solved. Thanks for the invite to that league, but I burned myself out really hard because the transfer didn't take my private to a normal league, so I had to redo all 4 stones, etc. Oh, you transferred over to regular trade. It doesn't take your stone completion. It's kind of weird. It's because you know that other people know. Also, if you don't want to play, you don't have to play. But people are always invited back to playing it. Total effect of Wither debuff now displayed on the debuff bar. Surprised I wasn't there before. I haven't played a lot of Wither stuff, though, I guess, recently to notice that. Copying items text now always copies the advanced description. That helps out with things like Craft of Exile, where actually you have to have the advanced description to copy paste. Searching also has advanced. Sudden knockback steel charge build seems kind of badass, actually. Could be cool. Time to theory craft. It's the best part. So once we get finished with this, we're probably going to do a little bit of theory crafting, or maybe just jump into campaign testing for some ideas I already have. Early campaign testing, I could probably do the whole thing. We'll see how it goes. Improved searching, highlighting the passive tree and atlas skill trees. So that improved highlighting is nice, because I always say I like how it highlights red here to make it easier to see. The faint glowing yellow in the game is sometimes I just miss it. SSF 1 to 4 stone speedrun. There ain't gonna be no speedrun here. You're in the wrong stream if you're here for speedrunning. If you're Stunlock build with 10 endurance charges, you could Stunlock Shaper Series for Ages. That's hell yeah. It'll get thing add dash to distance quickly so you can get to max charge distance damage bonus. I think it scales with like movement speed and stuff too. Bug fixes. Snipe will grant trigger skills additional 2 arrows. So that bug's gone. It's destroyed though because of the Stunlock update. That makes sense. No, probably don't want to Stunlock Pinnacles. They probably don't want people doing that. Fix a bug where the area effect modifier is applied to LE hit twice. This does not affect LE hit of the spectrum. Fix a bug where the sources of chance to avoid damage were not capped at 75%. Fix a bug where Delve Heist reward chests were still appearing in contract. Okay, right, because they want only fossils be appearing in Delve. Fix a bug where the Dying Light Divination card could not be obtained from Maven Invitation the Feared. Fix a bug where it that was Toll and it that was Esh could hinder targets which were immune to hinder. Those punks. Fix a bug where A-list skill damage passes were not affected by some of her skills. Fix a bug where you could chance blighted maps to be unique. That's actually kind of funny. What happened at that if you had like a unique map that had like blight on it? Fix a bug where all scarabs are the same type strongbox modifier would reduce the amount of scarabs that are dropped. Okay. So that's a good change. Before it was like, oh well, it was dropping this, but it can't drop this, so now we're not getting anything. but now you're having it to where it's dropping stuff. It's just dropping. Like if it's dropping something that it can't drop, it just changes it to what it can drop. I guess is what it is. That was a bug. Imagine how many scares we would have had last league then with the Mirage stuff. How'd you cut music from YouTube? You split the audio. So with multi-streaming, I have audio to where it's split, and you have it to where one audio stream is going to YouTube/Twitch VOD, and the other is going to Twitch live stream. And essentially, the audio on YouTube is getting the Twitch VOD stuff because Twitch VODs also can't have a copyright music. And I can show you how to do this later if you would like beyond. But if you use the Twitch VOD tracks on OBS, you can tell where I can tell what audio where to go where, and that's how you do. That's how I did it. I showcased this to Catfish before too, but if you look here, you can see like my alerts. Everything's on track 1. This is my Twitch live stream. It's track 1. Track 2 is Twitch VODs and YouTube stream. So, for instance, the VODs and YouTube stream don't get the alerts, don't get the blurbs, don't get the. Wait, no, sorry, not 2. 6, I think, is it? Wait, no, yeah, 6 is it. 6 is it. So 6 doesn't get alerts. They don't get Spotify, but they get everything else. And actually, I set that up another time. If you're doing, are you doing it for yourself, or are you doing it for to help someone else out? Imagine you can steal your crit chances lucky while on low life from Relic of the Pack and put it on Mystic Refractor for Warb. Marshall, go to POE1 build discussion. There's Warb talking. All right. Fix a bug where 50% less physical damage taken per endurance charge was removed on a mortal call was counting minimum endurance charges, which could not be removed. So it's removing your minimum endurance charges. Hey, what's up, Brent? How you doing, bud? Fix a bug where mana cost of Orbital Storms and Orbital Storms of Squalls was higher at level 1 than any other gym level. That's fucking funny. Fix a bug where the radius of per nearby enemy upon fix a bug where plus meteors to radius per nearby enemy up to maximum of +1 quality of cleave and vol cleave did not inhibit after 1% quality. These skills now have both the radius quality stat. So cleave wasn't working properly for how much radius it gave. Funny. Oh yeah, job's been keeping you busy. Hell yeah, dude, making that money. Are you enjoying your new job? It's Warbin time. I'm now a mailman. I mean, that's a pretty cushy job. Are you a delivery person, or do you work in like the office? Can you mail my mails? Hello. Fix the bug where ores from your skills, which affected allies, also affected enemies from Ruined Graphic Treachery, could still apply some auras from Hand of Pharisha unique gloves equipped. Just gonna ignore that. I don't know what that is. Deliver a rural courier? Hell yeah, at least it's peaceful. My fiance, when we first started dating, she worked for the post office, and in a rural part, like there's literally not a lot of people. There's like only a half day open in the office. She worked in the office though. She had a great time working there. Fix a bug where Devour support could consume monsters it should not, preventing them from respawning. Fix a bug where minions could bypass the summon totems limit at the same type of limit. Fix bug to prevent the hand of Farisha's increase effective non-curse auras from your skills while you have a linked target not being able to scale out of regular range by volatile orbs. Fix the bug where some sources which prevented you from blocking would not prevent you from blocking reflected damage. Could, such as cannot block attack damage found in Sephiroth's flame. I honestly never knew you could block reflected damage. That's kind of funny. So a clerk? Yeah, she's a clerk. And then her dad was postmaster in a different post office further away. Nepo baby post office people, you know? Fix the bug where a random shrine gained from Guardian's Harmony of Purpose skill could sometimes pick the same shrine twice in a row. Rough. What are you thinking for this league? We're probably just gonna go back to Cold Dot, touch it up a bit. But other than that, I have several other ideas that I want to work with, like Elemental, Tornado of Elemental Turbulence looks really good. There's a lot of buffs for spells. I have a big spell enjoyer. Even doing non-spell stuff like Elite of the Spectrum, Elementalist could be cool. The new Scion, both Reliquarian update and also Luminary looks really interesting. So I haven't really fully locked in what I'm doing, but I likely will go into Cold Dot depending on what kind of updates to Dot they're doing. Because Andrew did tease that there's more patch notes coming specifically for non-ailment dots, which Cold Dot would be. Going Poison looks really good. There's a couple build that look really good on it. Poison looks really good there too, yeah. Cobra Lash? I was thinking more of what's the Vol one? Venom Gyre, yeah. I was thinking Venom Gyre. Yeah. Oh, only non-ailment dots? Well, oh well, Chaos Dot buffed. But also, I mean, to be fair, non-ailment it also applies to RF because RF is a non-ailment damage over time thing, right? It's not an ignite. OCs have put together another EDC build. What if I make one? Are you making a build? Are you getting back into streaming, Beyond? You'll be a build creator? Also, this Guardian thing definitely would have must have made that node feel worse. This is actually obviously a buff to the Guardian node. I've done a few and shared them. Nodders? Hell yeah. Oh, Abby left and she didn't make us lunch, so we're gonna get ourselves a snack real quick. 2 seconds. 1, 2, shit. We didn't get anything substantial, chat. We just got like snacks. I mean, the effects don't stack though if you have two of them, right? It just kind of refreshes the duration. But if you go into things like, shrine duration thing, it's better to have more. Fix a bug where the damaging area of Shield of Light could be different from the visual area. More or less. I mean, H-Rock is already buffed too with the fact that you can get 10% quality from the correct gem thing. So it makes it hitting the breakpoint a little easier. Obviously, Dial is took a nerf, but it's fine. Okay, so take it early. Yeah, there's some pretty cool stats in there. Like obviously getting Dawnbringer on first node is really good. Hi, Hollow. And then equip Coca Flames. Yeah, the new reliquary makes it to where you can kind of like ignore Fizz stuff pretty easily. Without needing Sublime Vision. Oh yeah. Big spell where Unholy Might buff is only granting chance to wither for attacks. So it didn't turn your physical to chaos. That's pretty funny. Big spell where dash would sometimes fail to dash over objects in terrain. Like a dash over, the final location was not valid. Who's using dash these days? Fix a bug where Toxic Rain skill from Replica Lion's Eye Paw, unique boots, which show no stats on the skill hover over the character panel. Fix a bug where minions could break their AI when stealing the fleeing monster modifier. Fix a bug where taunt would sometimes not work. Fix a bug where who could Ruthless? Fix a visual bug where first entering the domain of Thomas Conflict, where monsters would appear to be standing up rather than sleeping peacefully on the ground. Fixed a bug where several grandmasters were not using certain skills or not getting bonus or certain auras or supports. Oh, for Holo Grandmasters, got it. Fixed a bug where Smite could give you a buff aura if you hit a pot with it. Fixed a bug where Holy Sweep could call down Holy Hammers on chests. Fixed a bug where the portals to bestiary bosses and areas of Menagerie weren't using the Spirit Portal effect. Fixed a bug where Solaris Temple level 1 in Act 3 sometimes could generate an area over twice the average size. Fixed a bug where Solaris level 2 in Act 3 will sometimes generate an extremely long dead end. Fixed a bug where several passive tree stats were unnecessarily described as global. What do you think of the extra 20 levels of Raised Spiders give? Increased buff effect? I think nothing. I think it gives nothing. Because we already had level 20 spiders from Phoenicia, and I want to say POEDB shows it gives nothing. There's no range. It shows level 1 to 20. There's no range on anything. Unless they changed it, I don't think it does anything. All that's different is required level. For Reliquarian, though, you're not going to use spiders as like your minion attack thing. You're using it just for their buff effect. Well, currently it doesn't increase anything. Like I said, currently it doesn't increase anything unless they changed it. But right now, it doesn't increase anything other than the required level. We have this already in Phoenicia. Sorry, we have that. There you go. We have it right here already. And like I said, the data mine for this showed it gave nothing in Phoenicia. So we assume it'll give nothing again. Unless, like I said, they changed it for this patch and just didn't say anything. There's good beginner more fun. Yeah, people are more excited about level 20 than level 1. Yeah. Level 1, boo! Level 20, yay! Where are we at with this one? Fix a bug where the reminder text was missing from passive skill pop-ups. Fix the long-standing bug where holding Alt on items would not display the advanced modifier information on enchantment modifiers. Fix a bug where damage over time for Frostblades of Catabasis was missing PvP scaling. People play PvP in this game, I forgot. Fix a bug where fewer hideout layout, or few older hideout layouts had monster level of 20. They've been updated to confirm with other hideouts of level 60. Fix a bug where the utmost uber ruthless visual bug of the Wither skill. Fix a bug with the Basilisk portrait frame microtransaction using the incorrect frame and 40k displays. Fix a bug where the hideout music player cannot be accessed using a controller while playing on PC. Fix a client crash that occurred on the Steam Deck. Woo! All right. Now we can read the update patch notes. It's very small, and hopefully we'll have some more updates for the stream today. We'll see. Mystic Confusion notable can no longer grants base critical strike chance spells equals that of your main hand. It now grants Chaz, is that the same thing? Why does it say it? Why is it here twice? That wasn't there when they initially posted the notes. Are we sure? I think I saw it, but maybe not. So they do. Oh, so they updated them after. So this so I don't need to read this because I already read it essentially. I don't need to read any updates from this point on, so I don't have to read the whole document. So this is just the same shit. Okay. Then we don't need to read this. We did it! We finally read the notes. Close this. We'll talk about this one more time because there's a couple of people here. And then we're probably gonna POB or maybe do some league start testing or the campaigns testing for some stuff. I don't really look at that. I look at more like the other stuff like this. Sea Blister. We don't know what Savage Barnacle does yet. So it could be cool, depending on what Savage Barnacle is. But or it could just be nothing. Because for Shield Crush, it obviously doesn't, or Shield Throw, 1,000 is not a huge number to reach. So unless, and it doesn't have like a crazy amount of block or anything like that, or any kind of recovery. So unless like Savage Barnacle is something really sweet, then this is kind of like a whatever shield. Campaign testing everything. Yeah, this will feel better when the launch happens. Chat, trust. All this feels awful now, but it'll feel better. I'm going a lot rawer than last time. The slam level progression, pre-able to automate cries is such a drag. Yeah, I'm not gonna do. I just want to test a couple of small earlier things. Like, so if I were to play, elemental turbulence, elemental turbulence, what do I want to use before I'm actually able to get that gem? If I want to play ethereal knives, the internet says don't start ethereal knives, do it later. But how bad does it feel? Kind of thing. So I want to test out stuff like that to see how it feels. Again, early progression. EK is horrid. That's what everyone says. But at the same time, everyone also told me that rushing the brand node was horrible and a dumb idea, and I did it anyway, and I love it. So everyone also told me that Penance Brand, not everyone, but a lot of people also said Penance Brand is terrible to start, and I did it, and it was fine. So I need to test it myself just to get an opinion of it. It probably is horrible, but I just have to test it. I like that this. You leaving, Scrooshy? Have a good night, bud. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you. Everyone say goodbye, Scrooshy. Give him a tuck. Augments to the belt. So I like that this also. I like that it specifies a certain kind of modifier. So I wonder how many trap and mod modifiers there are, kind of thing, for belts. Like they only show one here, but is there obviously probably one for mines, right? But is it only those two, or is there like multiple of each kind of thing? I also like. We'll take off the message for today. It's been behaving pretty well. Okay, today so far. I also like that it says if dual wielding, so they're trying to help encourage people to dual wield instead of just doing one-handed stuff with the shield. So it'd be cool to kind of see what other modifiers can come for things like this, and what kind of specializations they have. It's for Blade Trap. The dual wielding thing? I never actually played Blade Trap, so I don't know how the Blade Trap really works. You can do Energy Blade Trap. Yeah, dual wield Energy Blades, actually. Right? Blade Trap has a lot of DPS, but clunky to play, though, right? Not the best clear. It's better as a single target thing. Boss leaders, yeah. This right here is kind of interesting. Because crit strikes apply elemental lightning ailments during effect. And it says lightning ailment, so I wonder if it means both sapped and shocked. And if it does, that's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Mercenaries return. We love that for us. Makes warrants. I'll be probably picking up a bunch of these, just throw into my stash in case my luminaries end up wanting a certain mercenary. I'm like, I don't know which one I have. Go look for them. At least once I get like a higher level. I'm not going to start grabbing everyone through the campaign. Well, I'll grab a couple through the campaign. But yeah, I love this. I think adding mercenaries back as a limited thing or temporary thing is very, very cool. Except for one class that can have permanent minions. It's very nice how they did it. I think it's a good way to balance having them and whatnot. Mercenary isn't bad for clear. Or sorry, not mercenary. Blade Trap isn't bad for clear. Maybe I'll try it out. How early can you get Blade Trap? You use it right away? Luminary, we just talked about it a little bit. 1, 2, you have to get this node, and then after that, feel free to go how you want. If you want to give it unique items, you have to pick one of the nodes, maybe 2 of the nodes, maybe 6 of the nodes. The coolest thing about this is instead of the way they fix the whole Doriani's interaction is you just don't get a unique armor. There's no unique armor option, like body armor option. You can have every other thing be unique, but your body armor has to be rare. It's like that's how we're fixing the Doriani Merc issue. And I was like, that's so fucking funny. So you technically could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's it. Or take one of these off and get like this, which gives you, weapons, shields, quivers, and more damage per unique equipped. Or if you want to go into like the more ore body thing, don't remember the unique stuff as much. Go 1, 2, 3, 4 for like links, 5, 6 if you want more links, and then you can pick up like 2 unique spots, or go over here, other shit. I think this is a very cool class. I think it's a very, very cool way for people who want to play Orbots. Like, for instance, Hollow said they want to play went to Orbot someone last league, but never really matched up with a carry to kind of play. So this allows you to play an Orobot, and if you happen to come across a carry player, you can just jump in and do that as well. So it's kind of a cool thing that interacts that way. I leveled with it, not horrible. It's hard to trust Marshall about his not horrible stuff sometimes. So for my Shadow start, I use Powered Cobra into Poison Venom Gyre, unlock Blade Trap at 12, and I play Blade Trap for bosses while Poison while sustaining Venom Gyre. Okay. That was the other thing for like League start stuff. I was thinking about also playing the new Assassin. It looks really cool with like the extra crit stuff in it and the buffs to like Mark and Instant Leech on that one node. So playing like an attack based Assassin would be kind of sweet, I think. Abyssal rework. I'm excited for it. I love the POE2 Abyss. It's way better than the POE1 Abyss. I hate backtracking. I'm interested to see what kind of other, like how the boss battle goes or what uniques are offered, but like this is one of the uniques right here. Chat, what if you could pull off the has 6 abyssal sockets and put it on another unique item? And they'd just be completely wasted. So fucking funny. But as far as this goes, I mean, I don't know the inherent value of, wanting 6 increased attack speed if you put all 6 of those jewels or all that crit chance. Like, it's a low base. It's on a Flesh Ripper. It's a low base damage. So you definitely are compensating with the damage somewhere else, most likely, to make it worthwhile if you're attacking with it. It's two-handed, so like the attack speed isn't even global, so you couldn't even work with like Shield Crush. Heavy Strike maybe? Lamau? Maybe. Because Strike is strong if you don't need the gems. I guess you could, if you had the, what was it, like the Light Poacher or something like that? Like, there's like a helm and a chest piece that benefit from how many Abyssal Sockets you have. And like you could just do like that kind of stuff, and it's just another way to add a fuck ton of Abyssal Sockets to your build. There'd probably be something cool with this. I don't really know a lot of Abyssal stuff. I only use a minor amount of Abyssal jewels. This is what I'm really excited for. The Enshrouding thing I think is really cool. So like that, at some point I'll be farming some Legion. I just need to figure out what build I want to try to farm it with. But we talked about it a little bit earlier, where like getting an Ivory Tower with Shav's Chaos Can't Bypass Energy Shield node on it would be like such a fucking good quality of life. To where you do not have to do the weird Balboa coursing elixir nonsense. So yeah, this could be pretty interesting. What kind of uniques you can make? There's obviously a lot of other use cases for it. It could actually be cool, but I think this is probably the thing I'm most excited for in the league, is just enshrouding some uniques to see what I can make. I like the anomalies thing. We talked about it when we were watching the reading the patch notes. I think this is a cool way because it is to the point where like a lot of unique maps are kind of like no one likes to see them more than once. They want to pass a point or the crafting recipe and then they don't want to see it ever again for most of them, right? So I think the anomalies. I know they aren't solving the problem of uniques right now, but they talked about how they want to work it and maybe anomalies is the answer eventually. I think this is a cool way to handle it. Sucker colors, we already talked about this. I love the sucker color change. I'm very excited for it. I think it's so fucking cool. Ooh, let's get Svalin put onto an Aegis Aurora. Get the lucky block without the minus block part on. Who wants to gamble their Svalins for me? The cooldown time is 4 seconds, but it lasts for 6 seconds. And the one thing I missed before was the Flesh Rend also makes it where they take increased damage over time from all sources, and it stacks with 3 times. So technically, if it hits 3 times, which I don't know how it would do that necessarily, but maybe you work on a lot of duration scaling. Then it's 75% damage, increased damage over time taken, which is not a small number. Nephew staff is pretty cool. The mana reservation is always 30%, means it isn't affected by modifiers to increase or reduce. So you could technically support it and not increase it, but you can never like at the same time you can never like reduce it. So you're always taking 30% reduction from it. So you need to make it worth it. But kind of cool. All right, what do we want to try first? Hello, POE. Are you crashing right now? Hello, POE. Are you okay? Yeah, it took a little minute to come back online. Meow. Raj League is still active. I'm making SSF either way. Um, I haven't played POE1 in a minute. Oh my god, they're both in the fireball chat. It'll feel better on League launch. Trust. What are you crying for? Come here, Callie. I don't know, I changed it. We're listening to She Shanty's chat. Oh, don't do this anymore. My time is over. Turn it up for you guys. I tried to press space to like dash forward. So you technically could start with ethereal knives. It's gonna be awful. Let's fucking do it. It's gonna be awful. Oh, I hope they change it to where you could just sell stuff in the same menu. No, no, not like this. Better transmute shards? Do those give you wisdom thingies? I was about the portal. I was like, I can't. They should make portaling free. Magical. Marshall the goat. Good shout, good shout, good shout. Good comms. And so we're testing EK from level 1 chat. Or I guess level 2 technically, but don't semantics me, chat. We're not gonna we're gonna try not to. Maybe I should just go to standard so I don't have to worry about the mirage thing as much. Actually, is that just smarter? Let's just do that. Oh, wait. Do I have standard SSF characters that are gonna mess that up? Bye, Fisk. Have a good night, bud. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. See, now you saw how bad EK starting was. Shh, it's fine. It's fine. My moon speed boots, they were gone forever now. Marshall, what are the 17 builds you're deciding between right now? All of them. Every build ever? I mean, I kind of have to do that one. There's a free IDing until Act 2, right? Luminar, Hyro, Occultist, or top? What are you playing on? What are you thinking about on Hyro? Just like mana stacking? Mana stack retaliation staff? That's fair. You can do a cooldown reduction too, right? To reduce the how often it retaliates or whatever. +1 fire skill chips. That's not what I want. We can go for it now. Nothing good. Don't look at it. We're testing to see how bad it feels to play EK on from level 1. Which is it's gonna be bad. But I have to test it either way. Oof. Yeah. No, I just have to experience how bad it is for my own sanity. I'm not a fast player in the first place, so don't expect like tie levels of gaming, but we're here for vibes. Get Pierce ASAP. Well, that's level 4? Question mark. Can Witch get Pierce? Other question mark? Or will it be a thing where I have to mule like a ranger? There you go. Sorry about that. Is that better? Ranger or Shadow? Pierce POE. Mercy missions when you get it. So mercy missions killing Hailrake? Question mark? Yes. Yeah, which can't get it. So yeah, I would need to mule like a literally Shadow, Ranger, Duelist, or a Scion all get it. Alright. But it is level 4. Let's just go. I guess we'll go do our mule now then. In the private league, I'll just have someone grab for me. If I like it. It makes everything much easier for EK. This does give me a free momentum as well, which is nice. Not for EK, but like shield charge. I hit a rock. What do we want to test next? We'll probably only get one test done a day, but we have other days eventually. We're probably gonna do some off-stream testing as well. You want to test Bow Witch? I mean, Galvanic Arrow's not bad early, right? So if I do Bow Witch, I could always mule this too. And take that. Alright, we gotta kill Hellrake. What builds are y'all are interested in league starting? Brent, do you know what you're doing yet? Actually... Oh no. Should've done that in town. I didn't sell shit. What's up, Tyler? It's gotta be Tyler. I should be using Galvanic Arrow right now. A little bit more clear than the Burning Arrow is. Burning Arrow is better single target, so usually you want to, I think, use both. But I don't have enough piece of equipment on right now, so. And usually you don't want to fight this unique person for no reason. Especially when you're just here to mule. That's not how you do that. Excuse me. Coming through. Oh shit! A raid! Welcome, Vibe Raiders. How are you guys doing? So if one of the mods want to handle a shout out for me for Panic Roller Kev. How's it going, bud? Are you, I assume you're here to be excited for some POE? Did you do some prep yourself? Do you have any idea what your league's starting yet? I have no fucking idea. Good. Just started today. You started playing POE today? Or just started prepping today? Very new. Okay, so you just started playing POE1 today. Well, welcome to POE. Hope you enjoy it and get completely addicted to it, like the most of us here. The game is amazing. Do you play other ARPGs in the like similar to this game? What games do you typically play? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I help a lot of people out with their builds and stuff like that, or questions they might generally have. So don't be afraid to ask something and be like, oh, it's a silly question. I don't want to ask it. There's no silly questions. First RPG, I guess. Pause community here. If you have questions, I might answer it. Did you go to learn? Usually Souls games is what I play. Oh, hey, I like Souls games. I haven't played any on stream specifically, but I played Demon Souls, all three of the Dark Souls, Elden Ring expansion. What are you doing? Nothing. What are you doing? Hey, Gazi. But yeah, if you have questions, this is a game can be a lot, so feel free to ask questions because there can be a lot here to unpack with just like how much stuff isn't really said in game. The new league starts on Friday coming up. Yeah, it's quite a bit to learn. We're league start testing, by the way, Gazi. How Ethereal Knives feels. How Ethereal Knives feels. And whatnot. It's nothing good. What we're doing is, I wouldn't recommend to most people, but we are doing it. And that's the important part. a lot, but don't try to get amass all knowledge at once. Like he is good at answering. Oh, thank you guys. So kind. Yeah, we're a very new player friendly community. I myself help people learn stuff all the time. I have at least one player's guide or a guide for new players out there, so people learn the game. So always feel free to ask questions if you end up getting stuck on something or get a little frustrated. We are here to help you. Beyond and Tyler, classic. Get my loot. Okay. Okay, right now we're testing out to see if we want to start from level 1 playing Ethereal Knives. Everyone's telling me, the internet tells me it's a bad idea. Chat's telling me it's a bad idea. We're going to find it out. We're going to find out how bad that idea is. Also, Panic, we do host a private league. It's a very small thing. It's only like 20 to 40 players, depending on whatnot. But if you're interested in like playing a private league and not playing in like a trade, feel free to join in. It's a good way to learn the game. You can play at your own pace. You have a community behind you trying to help you improve. But obviously, if you want to just do trade, it's okay. Or if you don't play at SSF, that's also okay. Or if you're a hardcore player, also okay. It's fine when you have Pierce. I got Pierce. Not yet, really, but I got Pierce. What's the league about? Like the new league for POE? Does anyone have the content reveal page up still? I do. SpongeBob League? Hell yeah. Here's like the new content page where you can kind of click around to look at different stuff. The new league starts on Friday. It's Curse of the All Flame. There's a trailer right here you can watch. It's relatively short, but it kind of explains like the new league mechanic and stuff. And there's content reveal stuff. Sorry, not and there's content reveal where you can view more stuff. Another video for it. But yeah, it's essentially we're going under Dusty. Under Dusty. And it's gonna be really. That's why we're listening to sea shanties right now, because we're gonna be on a boat league for real this time, chat. Oh my god, it's freaking SpongeBob! Probably chance to poison if I had a third link. Three green's a little rough though, but on launch it'll be buffed, chat. You won't need 3 green on launch. And so it begins. You're booming again? I don't have a thing saved. That is just a for fun test run. Not trying to work on my speed or anything crazy. Oh, sorry. Yes, I didn't finish the rest of the statement. Thank you, Marshall. The private league is just to not have to play with economy pressure, like Marshall said. So instead of like, if you play in the regular trade league, you interact with like the thousands of players and whatnot that play on the trade league. The private league is only people that are invited in the league. So it'd be like me, my community. There's a couple other streamers communities that play as well. So it's like only like 20 to 30 people versus thousands of people. And we have a global chat where we talk and hang out. We have a Discord and all that kinds of stuff where you can talk and hang out as well. So it's like a more community-driven way to play the game. That being said, it does mean that there is a more limited source of supplies. So like obviously we only have available to us what stuff that we find as a group. That being Let me say you have a lot of addicts in this game, so like chances of finding something cool is still pretty high. But yeah, people help out. We don't do trade. Like, there's no like, oh, I'll give you 6 divines for that item. It's more like, oh, I don't need this item. Do you want the item? Here you go. You can have it. It's like a very community-driven kind of thing. Oh, Command Corp, I'm rich. So if you, like I said, you want to play as part of a community and like learn the game a little bit, we do that kind of stuff all the time. It was very, very fun last time. A lot of people had a great time. If they didn't, tell them stop being mean to me. Is cast speed important for this? My cast speed is only 0.6. It's not bad. For 0? Yes. Every league, so the way it works is every league you start over from a fresh character with a fresh economy. So let's say you didn't want to play the Pirate League, you start like in a regular trade league. All of it, every league is just a refresh, essentially. New economy, new characters, and usually a new mechanic or like something to do with it. That mechanic might not go into what is standard. So standard is where every league character goes after the league is over. Leagues run typically 4 months. So after 4 months, every character goes to standard. And that's where that kind of gets stored at in a little graveyard that no one really plays in other than like 12 guys. But yeah, every new league, you start a new character and a new economy with usually new mechanics involved and stuff like that. So like I'm practicing a character now, but this character won't come with me when I'm on Friday when the league launches and stuff. Oh, standard thing? Yeah. I'm a standard thing right now too, trying. Like trying out a build thing. So like it's okay to play that now. Once the new league launches on Friday, they'll have a different little icon where you click it and join the league. For the regular thing. If you want to join the private league, you have to come here and like click a link kind of thing. And then once you're signed into it, you're good to go on launch. Does Flame Wall interact with, like, it's just projectiles, so will I have fire projectiles shooting out? Yes. Thank you. Need more strength still for that. I'm just gonna sell this. I'm not gonna use 2 of these. Yeah, so if I hit tab, you can see up there at the top, it says Soul Self-Found League. And it has like the city and stuff like, I'm in Lion's Eyes Watch, that kind of stuff. I could grab Flame Wall for free. I'm choking. I know how to play video games, chat. Mr. Screamer's not washed, trust. I don't know how I feel about Pierce as a 2-link. I think I would want it on my 3-link, but not necessarily the 2-link. I think I would rather just have another damage thing like Prismatic right now. We'll hold off our judgments of this skill until we fight Mervell. Right now it doesn't feel that bad, but obviously we're super early on still. Oh wait, actually I don't like doing this anymore. With the new thing, it's probably better just to go rush what's his face and then just use the back portal out. For me personally, not for like speedrunners. Attack from the boss is huge, yeah. New secrets. Oh shit. Also, Thero Knives is green. I could use Dialas and get like 50% quality. Hey, fighting earlier could be tanky. That's fair. Yeah, like this, where I'm getting stun locked. So they only if you get it rolled. You don't so because they roll naturally as gray sockets, which could provide nothing. So you might not get like a colored socket right away, right? Which class do you start with? Duelist? Duelist is pretty good. I just completed this part today. Hell yeah. What skill are you using on Duelist? This gets removed, so I don't want to use it right now because it just ends up being like spell damage in the future. Unluckily. Yeah, there's a lot of really good like Duelist is a great starting location for people who like attack based skills. Bleed and double slash. Oh, you get a chance to bleed on like a double on double strike. Hell yeah. We need 2 green blue or 2 or 3 green would be ideal so we can get a damage ability. Oh. Obviously, once again on League launch, that won't matter as much. Yes, I only have to do it for this test. Other than that, I just care about only having a 3 link or a 4 link or a 5 link, and it's gonna be so lovely. If I get a matching color, excellent. If not, it's still fine. Yeah, the new patch. So right now there's gym colors panic. So like how like you have to match the gym colors. In the new patch that comes out on Friday, that's getting removed. You can still get colors, and if you match the colors, you get extra bonuses. But you can technically put a gem in any socket, which is a lot more League Start friendly and also beginner player friendly, in my opinion. IMO. With speed boots, we did it, chat. We did it. The color's gonna be a lot harder now, though. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not. Once again, I. Oh, someone else in town said that. I was like, what the fuck? Uh, once again, you still get 20 quality on stuff. You don't have to have every one of your skills have it. You know. So if you get like one thing and put like your main gem on it, it's already a bonus compared to where you would be at in campaign. If I get like on 309s, if I get one green, I'm already at 10 quality where I would not be at in Act 1, you know? Thank you, sweetie. Sorry, I'll be spraying a bunch of stuff, chat. Jesus, it's such a big bowl. Thank you.
Next time you take a break, can I show you my cool thrifts?
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, you're not required to get all 6 colors anymore. We were talking a little bit earlier, we were like, that's buff to RF. Marauders who need like a bunch of like caster stuff will now be able to get it a lot easier. Like use their gear a lot easier. Oop, I died. We'll only go to 3 colors now, though. It says at least 3 colors. It technically can roll higher, but yeah. And you don't get to pick which colors it is. It's randomized. Also, Tyler, I don't remember if you saw in the patch notes, we were a little bit ago, and we were talking about it though. Marauder will also get faster casting at like level 8 or whatever now, due to the change where they added faster attacks and faster casting to all classes. Praise PCGG. Right here. All classes now have faster attacks upon completing the Cage Brute. All classes now can purchase faster casting from Yina after being Sharp and Cruel in Act 2. Sorry, not level 8. Sorry, it's Act 2. But still, like, you get it at the same time everyone else does. It was talked about fairly amount in Q&A. What was talked about? The faster attacks and faster casting thing? I don't remember it actually being once mentioned there, but maybe I just missed it. They just got color sockets. Oh, yeah. But again, it's only one of each thing. Or it's 3 non-sockets. Well, that's what I said. It's at least 3. So you can technically get more. But you also don't get to pick which colors they are. Oh, we don't have a shield. So we'll need to get a shield eventually. I threw away a bunch of shields. I should have just kept one of them. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, there's a shield. Okay. Eating food? Yeah, Abby just got home and made me some lunch. So I'm hungry. I don't like MMO mice. It's too many buttons. I have like 2 buttons on my side, and that's plenty for me. I do not like it with like 12 buttons. Played WoW for too long. I mean, I played WoW for a long time too, but I still didn't use those mice. I big boy rated in WoW for every expansion, classic all the way, like the base game, all the way up to end of Cataclysm. And I didn't use those fancy mice. Raids are fun as fuck. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Oh, shield. I'd like it to have my sockets be red green, but it's the way life is sometimes, chat. Oops, sorry, I've just been doing background. I didn't see this. No, she hates you beyond. That's specifically why she didn't see it. Really? It made dungeons and raiding so much easier? I mean, for you, maybe. I don't like the. It's tiny buttons, easy to fat finger stuff. I'm out. Yeah, I came back for Legion and then left after Legion. Who spotted 600 buttons? That probably won't be that bad. Like I said, I used two, but I don't want to do like the 12, 15 button one. That's way too much. 6 might be okay. Might be a good spot. But 12, like 15, like that's too many. Yeah, same. Like for the different bars. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, shift 1, 2, 3, 4 for the second bar, shift or alt 1, 2, 3, 4 for the third bar. I was more used to doing that stuff. And I could be more precise with it whenever I played. That being said, I kind of stopped playing MMOs because of how many button presses it requires for a lot of like MMOs. I got tired of 70 button rotations and stuff. The older I got, the less I wanted to do it. Now if I play MMO, I usually like to play ones that have as little button presses as possible. Like I enjoyed ESO because you have like front bar, back bar, and like 4 or 5 skills each. You could also just play as only with front bar if you want to. Ow. Honestly, where am I going actually at this point? I was about to start heading this way because I was thinking of Wintertide, but we're not going to play Wintertide. So if we're playing physical spells that are not converting, so these things aren't too useful either. Crit can't be the play. Go to your mom's house. I don't want to go there. It doesn't have like the area tag going on, does it? Spell projectile physical. Crit's a good option. I mean, that is fair. They do have increased crit. me see, if I'm playing EK Ignite, would I want to go through here and then go this way, or do I just go straight up this way? Eventually, you probably want this to help with the extra crit. You can like get more Ignite off of it. Obviously, you want to be here for this, but that isn't until you ascend to get that stuff. Gotta make a plan before the ascension, Like here. I mean, it's not the worst. Like, the multipliers obviously waste it, but like I said, if you get a little higher crit, it makes it easier to proc EO. You know? Maybe we do go through here, grab this stuff, and we just path out this way. And we can circle back and grab this stuff down here like this. Come down here, grab this like this, instead of going through the middle. Getting a Jewel Socket early feels bad. Getting the power charge also feels bad, though. Probably better just to go here, grab this, and maybe just go straight to the life thing. You can maybe grab the Herald nodes, because you'll have Heralds in Act 2. We're almost done with our sandwich. Are you guys showing your penis to each other right now? What's happening? So yeah, got whipping y'all penises around. We're gonna start. We don't know yet. We're testing some stuff out. We thought about starting EK. Everyone tells me not to do it, but I'm trying to see how it feels real quick before buffs, obviously. So we're thinking about starting this EK Ignite Elementalist. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think, honestly, maybe going through here, we won't have a jewel right away, but it's still better off than getting this. And instead of going this way, it gets me to these buff nodes for Herald skills, which we will get in Act 2. He'll play Wintertide, Brand, to let him confuse you. Hey! Probably. I do make a Wintertide brand guide. But you guys said I was gonna do that last league, and I played a totally different skill. So, in your face. Yeah, I played. I just played Penance Brand instead. I just play only brands. What am I doing? Ooh, should we just do Storm Brand this time? We do that Armageddon brand. It got buffed. I think it's still just worse than Penance Brand, though. If I'm being honest. Oh, wait, that was the right way. Alright, I get used to actually using movement skills again. But yeah, well, our backup plan is always going to be Wintertide brand because it's lovely. Also, they're supposed to be adding more buffs to dot skills this upcoming week. They added the new exceptional support, which helps dot skills out as well. But on the off chance, I don't need to practice Wintertide, is what I'm trying to say. I should practice other things that I haven't done yet. I keep pressing M because I'm used to playing Grim Dawn. Damage is a little low, but it will. You'll feel better on League launch, chat. They're buffing it. It's gonna feel great. Nate, what's up, bud? How you doing? Shield Crush Rush Delve? Shield Crush is awesome. Probably one of my favorite skills. If I wasn't such a simp for witches and spellcasters, when I play like melee builds, I like Shield Crush a lot. And I'm also a huge Delve enjoyer, so you're in the you're in the right place. I yearn for the mines constantly. But if you haven't done Shield Crush before, yeah, definitely recommend it. It's really good. If you're looking for build guides, El Nino and Jorgen himself have good guides for, especially for Delve. Jorgen does a good guide for that. Are you thinking Juggernaut or Slayer? Try to avoid witch builds because I'm allergic to minions. The only minions I like are golems to give me buffs. Life is over. Slayer to go Bannerman champ. Bannerman's really fun. I didn't play it myself, but in our private league we had a couple banner people, and when they joined the party, you just zip around with them so much. Left Bannerman alone? Yeah, they did. Bannerman untouched. Which is probably my favorite starting class, though. Oh, there's one of the Banner Boys right there. Banner Boys, Banner Boys, Banner Boys. I guess Added Lightning's better technically than the other one. Actually, we're gonna listen to real music for a bit. We'll save the shanties for later. But real music, I mean, we're going to Bardcore. Spider-Man felt insane a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's still. I think hasn't gotten worse or anything to my knowledge. Gothi's played it 2 weeks in a row, I think. Played it in Keepers and he played it a little bit in Mirage as well. I switched to YouTube to not hear Shanty anymore, but now you go Bardcore. I guess I'm back now. Got him back in. I'm my days off. I'm gonna try to. Sorry, my brain stopped for a second there. My days off. I'm going to try to make a playlist for it instead of you relying on someone else's playlist. Because some of those are bangers. Some of those are like, not great. Except Bannerman do really well the new league mechanic. Oh yeah, because I mean it's just fighting in a circle. Bannerman make a big circle to fight in. Yeah, probably pretty good there. Return made it kind of A with no investment besides X, by the way. Also a really short list, that's fair. I mean Earthshatter nerf Bannerman's still crazy. You just play a different skill. Or just play Banner Boy support. You know? Banner Boy support. Use your temporary mercenary to carry you. Chance Orb. Oh, I didn't put my aura on. Oh god, I'm so squishy. That's what I get for taking no life nodes. And before you could just get an axe and nothing else and do Ubers? Well, yeah, that shouldn't be allowed. So I keep pressing M for it. I'm just used to Grimdawn. Yeah, oh, you brought a bounce down. At least the banner playstyle still exists and it wasn't like nerfed into oblivion kind of thing, you know? Yeah, well, it seems like they were focused on more of just the spells archetype right now, self-cast especially. So that was like the archetype they focused on instead of like holy or, you know, kinetic skills. They're like self-cast was the archetype we're focusing on. Like slams are already great. People are already gonna play League Start slams. Go look at like, you know, I don't know, Tai Tai's tier list. I'm pretty sure slams is on there. Oh my god, I keep pressing M for map. How's the game feeling? Kind of okay. Not the worst. I feel a little squishy, but I think that's also just because of passive choices and obviously not changing my gear, being a little stubborn with it. Single target's low, but single target's low for a lot of skills in Act 1 that aren't like single target focused. I need to figure out what kind of pathing I want to take because I didn't plan anything. I didn't plan anything out. I'm full on winging it right now instead of actually trying to make a plan before I start it. I think once we get our first ascendancy and we get ignite, and then you know we get any kind of pro lift kind of thing, it'll probably feel a lot better. Told you it's fine. Yeah, like it's okay. There's definitely worse skills to play in Act 1. I will say that. I expected this to be like completely abysmal. It's only like slightly abysmal. I mean, I feel I'm leveling the same as I would if I was playing Kinetic Bolt right now. And I'll level Kinetic Bolt in Act 1 for Wintertide. And then obviously it gets buffed. My goat. Digital Strike as a no-go? Yeah, like I imagine things that are purely single target probably don't feel great because you get easily swarmed in Act 1. Or like probably any act, to be honest. Get that Wintertide right now, chat. We can go do it right now. I want to say people also use Tornado for single target. But obviously, you don't have that right now. What are the options for food? I like food. Seen an Ice Crash Ignite build earlier. Looks kind of cool to start. I mean, Ice Crash Ignites always looked cool to me. On Chieftain, you're converting all the coal to fire. There are a lot of cool and interesting builds if you do not care about the 1% of meta builds. I say to people constantly, if you don't care about what Jimmy Streamer is playing, and Jimmy Streamer's like 4,000 viewers is playing, there are so many builds you can play and have fun on. How's your Cubs life? Warm Belt. Warm Belt converts fire to cold. I haven't done a lot of fire to cold conversion stuff since Warm's been around. McDonald's, Subway, Chinese pizza. Not McDonald's. It's really overpriced and kind of okay. Subway's pretty good if you want something that's kind of like, you know, a little fresh. I'm always down for pizza. My favorite food is pizza. Also always down for Chinese though. A good General Tso's with a nice egg roll and some fried rice. Fuck it up. I guess it depends on what pizza place. Is it local? Because if it's like Papa John's, I'm out. If it's Pizza Hut, I'm also out. If it's Domino's, I'm in. Little Caesars, hit or miss. Either I'm out or in, depending on how good Little Caesars is. Oh, it gives you all damage can at night, not conversion. So it gives you the Super Flames kind of node. That's cool then. I've seen the Ignite version played on Elementalist because you have Shaper Flames, obviously, where all damage can ignite like that. Well, it's not can ignite for Shaper, it's just hits always ignite. Yeah, Diadem Dawn, all damage can ignite. So that one you have to get crit chance, or not crit chance, sorry. You have to get ignite chance, 100%. Because it can ignite doesn't mean it does, whereas Shaper of Flames, all hits just ignite. Yeah, you just stay as cold. Hydrate. Okay. Okay. Let me kill Fairgraves real quick. Who isn't part of the All Flames thing that, that we know of. hydrate time. I vote Chinese food, Marshall. Chinese or Subway? If you hydrate, chat, remember you need to hydrate as well. Or else. Only 2 Chinese? Hell yeah. It's just slightly further away. It's just slightly more inconvenient. I think Salvo, was that changed in the patch? I can't remember. I read it earlier. Yeah, it's buffed. Mana cost reduced. More added effectiveness. So base damage is not buffed, but added effectiveness is 10% higher at 20. So not a big damage buff early on, but reduce mana cost is nice. We can always play Arc Ignite. That'll be good for legions. Duval Arc Ignite. Watch the legion crumble. Enemy slightly. It's like 2 minutes further away. That's so far. I mean, we can get flames to start leveling it, I guess, at this point. I don't think we would use it right now, but Winter Tide brand. Same way, it's not bad either. All right, with this. All right, let's go see how bad it feels to fight Marvel. I'll be our first real judge of the character and the poor choices I've made leading up to it. And then probably wouldn't have to mule. I can likely get Pierce from somebody else. So the muling wasn't bad, and it gave me momentum, so maybe I do mule anyway. It's like I'm beating a Nivea and racing to campaign completion, you know? Shout out to Nivea. Grab a handful of berries. So our wife gave us a bowl just full of grapes and like blueberries. Like it's stuffed with blueberry. I've already eaten like a couple handfuls. Ow. You go fat? Yeah. I need to eat more blueberries anyway. They're good for my organs. Helps combat fatty liver disease, which I have a higher risk of getting now that I have no gallbladder. All right, Mervell, whip it out. I mean, is it Sunder levels of clear? No, but like, what is at this point? Level up clutch. Yeah. I mean, I'm softcore. Worst case scenario, I just die chat. Or I decide to portal out to refresh potions. Sometimes I just die just because I'm lazy. And once again, softcore. And chat. Oh, actually, wasn't that bad. I'll be honest. That actually wasn't that bad. But it'll be even better on League launch. Is best level on a single target? Until you unite? No, but it works. Yeah. I'm not a racer. I'm never gonna be a racer. I am a person who likes to play the skill they want to play as soon as they can play it. And I don't mind struggling a little bit more just to do that. Yeah, and I think that was okay. I honestly, that really wasn't that bad. I think that was actually pretty okay. Could you do better with like rolling magma, holy flame totem, summon phantasms, flame wall? Sure. Maybe not the new patch, but maybe still even then probably yeah. But was that like default attacking my way through Act 1? No. No. There are worse things you can play in Act 1 than ethereal knives. %15 movement speed. Oh 07 my luck. You'll have more damage on League Start. You'll also have to not worry about socket colors, so like changing gear is just gonna be like crazy easier. Y'all want to play EK? Any thought havers? Anyone believe that if I said I was playing EK right now, that I would definitely play it on launch and not pivot 10 times before launch? You'll pivot? Are you you're playing RF with everyone else, right? Anna? What's the earliest form of a night prolif I can get access to? Yeah, I'm gonna try it out. Hell yeah. I know it's popular, but technically it's my first time, so I want to see how I like it. I mean, it's okay to try popular things out. You don't have to be hipster all the time. I like pro lift support. Well, wait, that's like you get that in Act 1, don't you? When do you get night pro lift support? Do you get that by like Act 3? Or is that an Act 4 one? Just my jam. Act 4? It's not bad. Especially if it's early Act 4, it's not that bad. Because we won't be igniting until like end of Act 3 anyway. Or like, you know, guaranteed igniting. We're kind of doing a little bit here with the extra fire damage and stuff, but and by then you have a fourth link, so putting on like Ignite Prolif early is not that bad. And the other question is, do I want to do one of the trans gems over doing the base EK? Because I don't actually know what the trans gems do, so maybe look at that too. Honestly, it's really not looking bad. Honestly, it's not that bad. All right, take a breather. We're gonna look at the trans gems real quick and see what they look like. Um, here you go. If I remember correctly, they are roughly all receive some kind of buff. Massacre only got a crit chance increase. Lingering Blades, I think, is mostly just used for like Bladefall stuff, right? Or animate weapon kind of a crap shenanigans. So it's probably either this or Massacre. Like the original gem, the transfer gem fires in a circle, fires more projectiles and a higher cost and longer cast time. It is effect identical to Ring of Blades. Is this a legacy item now? Got it. So this one didn't get damage buffs. It got crit buff. Its added effectiveness is 220. Its quality gets more proj. Its high fizz flat is 1423. So like 200 less. 15 proj. I don't remember what I said the proj was. 16 proj. But this one also gets the projectile speed for quality. Probably worth trying both, I guess. So not too vastly. Oh wait, effectiveness is 250, 220. So a little more effectiveness and stuff. Oh, we got a lot of messages. I feel like this is an AI song, but also very, very funny beyond. And I'll have to listen to the full thing later. I don't know how to play at for things. Shush. Got it. All right. I'm gonna try going through here. Straight to the Herald buffs. Herald of Ash early would be good. Keep pressing this freaking thing. Oh, going the wrong way. But yeah, Massacre might be better just for simple not having to aim. We'll try out probably both if we end up playing the build and see which one we like more. The more proj speed, I imagine the more proj speed you have, the further it goes. Is that how the skill reads? Let me read. Let me read. It's not like duration or anything. It's just like a thing. So does proj speed just increase how far it goes? Did it say that on the wiki? And the wiki, and I just didn't read. Yes, bonfires to projectile speed will increase the average distance that allies can travel before they fade, effectively increasing the maximum range of the spell. Turning flash works with it too. Hmm. Hmm. The other good part is if this is like just abysmal, you're pretty much building the same character that I would build for like Penance Brand, which I already know works, or Tornado of Elemental Turbulence, because it's all just physical damage spells being converted over to other things. So like, worst case, I have backup builds built into trying it out. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it. I don't know. I can't listen to what's currently playing and that at the same time. Let's do it later. What strength? Strength. Easy peasy. I haven't got any gems yet, right? There's rewards? No. Okay. Making sure. Making sure. Gazi, have you decided what you're playing yet? If you're still hanging out? I think Gazi's gonna flick it. My goat. You definitely want to get an ignite on the target, first single target, and use flame surge. Because that makes the single target go just way up, especially early. It's kind of hard just to see the ignite on him, though. There we go. Just like that I won't use. Ah, I wish Iron Rings benefited spells. I don't know where I'm going. I've just gotten lost in the killing. I got lost in all the murder. Alright, EK's a contender. Oh, what if anyone's online? Doesn't matter if they're online, you gotta do it anyway. If a golden hand job is posted in chat and no one's there to see it, was it ever posted? Gold hand job, yep. I wonder, will the beast and campaign drop you also talismans? Will I get like an enchanted talisman in Act 2? Can I get +1 all skills in Act 2? Beyond their spiders. Look away. Bro, though, I honestly expected much worse. This... It's fine. I expected, like, unplayable levels of, worse. I think what we'll do, since we have 2 days off after today, we're probably gonna, POB some stuff, try to make a plan for it. Maybe do a full campaign playthrough. And have it recorded, just in case I want to make a video thing for it. And be like, look, this is me showcasing that I played campaign through with it. This is how it went. And then if we last minute panic, we all just go to Wintertide. Also, if I play Ignite, then me and Tyler can share items. Ooh, woo! Tyler might not even be here for the ooh woo. What I ooh woo for? Disgraceful. A skinning knife. Maybe I get the Ignites burn faster thing moved over to a Mage Blood. Diadem Dawn myself into a Mage Blood and shroud it. Or a Headhunter. I'll take a Headhunter too if they want to throw that instead. Physical spell, projectile things, love Headhunters. We'll just gamble for another nurse and doctor. We're gonna do another nurse and doctor thing this league. What's up, Groost? Herald of Ash, please. I need more red socket. Oh, I got one right here. Looking for a bit. Go get your food. Thank you for the lurk. Total Purity's not bad. Herald of Ice would be probably my second favorite one. Thunder being like the fourth one that I would pick up. Skitterbutt's might be even better than technically picking up Thunder. Just have that shock and chill around. Bigger reservation though. So any more red, yeah. Let's do a little gamble. Wait, who gambles in this town? Silk? Okay. Gambling back 2 feels a little despair. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Oh, and I can't sell in the same gamble window, right? Gamble for maybe shield. Usable if I can link. Wah, wah, wah. Let me see what more usable than this. I think we gotta have faster attacks at this point. You probably don't need to be here anymore. You might be able to get dipped out. I don't really need Arcane Surge on here. I mean, it's whatever. I'll leave that. Go for some gloves. Crazy. I should have probably went for actually Armory, yes. I need more blue and red. Is this gonna just go into here? This can go here. Flame wall's a requirement. If we have energy or enough mana, we'll get the clarity. Or scenario, we just spam priorities. We want this, purity, then this. We'll try without clarity for a bit and see how it feels. I mean, damage-wise, 1,000 times better. I don't think I'd rather go for the reservation, because we have the reservation sooner, then we can definitely fit clarity in easier. So obviously that's pushing it mana-wise right now. But like I said, a couple more levels and we'll have more reservation in. Let's turn off ice for now. Salute, long time. What's up, Saint Salter? How you doing, bud? You excited for the new league? You saw what you're playing yet? Particularly, this actually helps, whereas this doesn't. So. Don't regenerate. Stop it. I would probably do this on league launch, so I'll hit it. The blacksmith strong box. I want to avoid, but now I'm going to be dared to at level, so I'm consulting with you as my backup plan. What are you looking to play? I'm currently working on my main plan. My backup plan is always Wintertide. But I'm trying to decide what I want to maybe lean into as a starter. If I want to do something new, or if I just want to play Wintertide again. Well, I know brands are nerfed. Brands aren't nerfed. What do you mean brands are nerfed? Nerf is a bad word. Okay, what do you mean brands are nerfed, though? There's, like, no changes to brands. Self-cast has been buffed? That doesn't mean brands are nerfed. And technically, brands are a self-cast. Usually people reference not self-casting, they reference Armageddon brand specifically, or traps and mines and totems. I don't think anyone's like penance brand's not a self-casting thing. But yeah, all the brands are fine. In fact, one of the brands got buffed. They also teased, like Andrew teased, that they're going to be working on some more dot buffs. So Wintertime might get some more love before the patch starts. Let's just see what happens next week. Or just order your part. That's a big deal, bud. Yeah, brands are already in like a good spot. So I mean, they're still great starters. Like Penance brand is still great if you want to do like an ignite thing. Wintertide is obviously good for cold diet or just like a general league start. I've been telling people who've been asking about Penance brand and stuff like that. I'm like, if you're a little worried about it, start as Wintertide till at least 2 stone, and then switch to Penance brand. Ignite. It's not a big swap. It'll be a little bit smoother progression. Right now, EK is getting buffed pretty good, and I want to try EK because when I was doing Penance brand Ignite last league, someone asked if I thought EK Ignite was strong as well. I was like, I never actually played EK Ignite. This league got buffed, so I might be playing it. Wintertide's my jam, but you have to make a better idea of secondary. Well, the good thing about Witch is there's a crazy amount of good secondary builds. So like I said, you can go into Penance Brand immediately from Wintertide almost, but it changes just the cold nodes to fire nodes. You can also go previously and play like KB Necro from it, but obviously KB is a little nerfed, so people might be a little hesitant to do it. There's a Hydrate for my wife. Stand? Alright, we'll stand. There's also things like Glacial Cascade Mines by Smokey777. So yeah, there's lots of like cool little builds you can go into later. I'm gonna vibrate the desk. What just fell? Oh. What do you think about now? Like what other ideas you have so far, St. Salter, that you're thinking about playing? Also, the new support gym, the exceptional support, Pact of Gore, actually looks really, really strong. And that might help with some of the single target. Sorry, I'm kind of far away. That might help with some of the single target scaling for like Wintertide or other cold dot skills. We're up here, chat. Eyes up here. Check your messages. I mean, I'll just see that your stream, sweetie. Yeah, which is fun. Which has a lot of variety. Also, if you're considering a witch, especially elementalists and like golems and stuff this league, one thing to consider, I think people aren't talking enough about, is that the gym color changes, or the gym socket changes, actually is a huge buff to golems. His 10 quality on golems is pretty good. So if you do end up playing elementals again, you'll be happy. That being said, if you play a different build, you can always come extra help anyway. While I love elementals a lot, especially recently, I still do other builds. Like I did 4 builds last league in our private league to like 95 plus, and I have intentions to play even a bunch of builds this league as well. Like I want to try at least one of the new Scion things out, either the new Reliquarian or the Luminary. I want to try the new Assassin out. I'm gonna be messing around with a bunch of stuff. And I'm always happy to help you, Saint Salter. You can always pop in here with the POB and be like, I'm a little stuck. Got any assistance? I'll be like, assistance. Like I said, I will be my private league, so I can't like physically help you out unless you're also in the private league. But I always do POV reviews and stuff for people. And I will say, on Tai Killer's tier list, he did for once mention Cold Dot. Update your Wintertide for Wishes League? Yeah, I'm thinking about starting it. If I don't play the CK at night build, I'm probably just starting Wintertide just to keep it updated fresh. That being said, there wasn't a lot of changes from this league to last league for it, other than adding the exceptional gem and like whatever other patch notes things might happen. So like you can still follow roughly the same guide. The lone wolf thing. So you're like, because you originally were a cultist enjoyer. Yeah, you can still play cultist. I still think this one's stronger, but I think it's just a preference. I don't think it matters too much. That's true. You wouldn't want to go controlled destruction because it gives us less crit chance. Makes our crit chance sailing a little weird, right? So what would we want to go then? Should we replace a recent one? Classic Bates by Jung-Roon. This could get like deadly ailments. Oh, cruelty. Doi. We can do cruelty. So at this point, we would pick cruelty probably as our four link or 3 link, and then get rid of this if we have to as well. Yeah, I'll be post. I'm not sure how I want to any buffs to Trickster. No, Trickster didn't get any buffs this league. There wasn't a lot of ascendancy changes. The only thing that really happened was obviously the 2 Scion things. They also changed, like, they added 1 node to Occultist, but it's like a channeling specific node. Assassin got 2 node changes as well, and Inquisitor got 1 node added as well. I think that's it for changes for ascendancies. So no buffs to Trickster. You could play Wintertide Trickster. I don't know how good it would be compared. The guy who used to do a Cold Dot Trickster doesn't seem to do it anymore. He's been playing like Occultist. So I don't know how good Trickster is. Assassin brand? Probably like a Storm brand would probably be pretty good with Assassin. With Assassin, you definitely want something that provides a hit, so not Wintertide related. So maybe a Lightning brand would be pretty sweet. You could also do like, Poison Penance brand, I guess, but I would imagine not as good as probably Storm brand would be. That being said, Winter or it was a year ago. Don't know why I put it on my search. Smile. Winter Orb Occultist looks like it could be pretty good. That being said, I want to say people are also talking about the Elementals version being pretty solid. Since I will EB dared. What's EB dared? Since I will be dared. What are you talking about with be dared? Warb, yeah. We said people are talking about Elementalist Warb instead of Occultist Warb. Marshall, if you're playing on Warb in time. Mostly because they don't think the new node is powerful enough to warrant the quality of life that Elementalist gives. Friends dare you to play POE1? Wait, you not want to play POE1 at all? I mean, that's fine. If you gotta take a break, you gotta take a break. Join us POE1, it's fun. Yeah, I love POE1. We got a whole private league that's gonna be hosted and everything. Okay, I can probably put it on my other thing now. That's much better. So yeah, so once I picked up the rest of the nodes, for reservation. I felt a lot better. Goals of POE2? Well, the good thing about the goals of POE2 is you're not getting another league until 1.0 launch either at the end of the year or beginning of next year. So after POE1, you can always go back to POE2. But also, you can always just finish POE1 first and then come POE2, or sorry, finish POE2 first and then come play POE1 afterwards. You don't have to play all launch if you don't want to. Nothing but scars? From what? Honestly, if I had like a four link right now, or actually a 5 link, I probably would just hit that Azor one and see what happens. If it like had bad rolls on it already. I think it's just pretty much the same Sensi leveling as I would use on Penance Brand. Ignite into golems into exposure. And then from exposure, we just go into shock or bloodline if there's a cool bloodline that comes out for us. Are we not clarifying what scars you have? I don't know how I got these scars. I mean, I want the dex. Penance is what best class for penance. What hero fit? Depends what kind of penance brand you want to do. If you're doing base level penance brand, not like dissipation or anything like that, you're probably better off at least league starting with Elementalist and doing Ignite. That's what I did last league. Hyro, the idea I had for Hyro was to play Stormbrand. I didn't test it out yet though, so I can't like speak to that one. But I don't think Hyro really does, even with the brand recall node it has, I don't think it messes well with a lot of brands. A lot of brands don't want to be recalled all the fucking time. Especially not Penance brand. Like like you never want to recall Penance brand. Yeah, Penance brand works different from Wintertide brand. Like Wintertide brand, it builds stacks up on itself. And once it gets the max stacks, it does like a shit ton of damage. Penance brand builds stacks up on the target, and once the targets reach their maximum amount, it blows up and does a big AoE damage. So if you called it off of the target, then you essentially just don't get the big explosion, which kills a lot of your damage and clear. In Stormbrand, while it doesn't really do to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, it doesn't really do anything with stacks. There's one cool thing that I was thinking about to do with recall, brand recall and strong brand with a new support, like the hive support, where when you recall things, little hands pop out and attack people. Like proliferate winter tide. Well, a good thing about Pin's brand ignite is you get ignite proliferation. Here, I can show you in a second. You know what? I'll just show you now. This was Pirate League. Half the device is missing because I didn't progress in the thing. That's funny. Oh shit, alteration, I'm rich. Oh wait, talk to Carrick to get your lost void stones. Did this like just not see that earlier? This was like, oh, when I transfer over to standard, you don't have your stuff. I got my stuff. But so there's two parts to this. This is a Herald stacker for Penance Brand, so you don't use Penance Brand unless you're on a single target. Most of the time you're just doing this. Oh my god, all my stuff in that thing is selling. People are not buying everything. Like he's like, not buying all this. Which is a way to turn Faustus off. Lamau, sorry, my dude. It's okay. This is not your fault. This is more of a weirdness with GGG. I guess now I know for when we do Pirate League to change my stuff over before I leave Pirate League. Alright. We lost 20 items. It'll be alright though. Cool. What is this? Why is my device here? Whatever. Anyway, so like I was saying, you're just dashing around and like your explosions and ignites proliferate. Oh, I don't have the big thing on. Let that all open real quick. See that? Look at that explosion. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. And I'm just like shield charging. I'm not casting anything else. I'm actually casting my brand right now. And then for single target, if you need it, you can cast your brand on them. So like when I go kill like the map boss, here's the brand. Just cast it a bunch. Night proliferates. Boom. That's a Penance Brand Ignite. This is the character I made in the private league. Yes, I have a Svalin in the private league. The chest piece is definitely the worst part. I got the Explode mod on there. That's tier 1. And I was like, good enough. And I never actually went and improved it. There's a lot more to do there. Crafted this helmet. Pretty easy to do. This is a unique thing. It's probably super cheap in trade, but for us it was a little difficult to get. Some Raven drop. And then I divined it to the point to where it gave me a lot of extra physical. There's a big roll window there. Using 3 rings that had this belt, kind of stuff. So very cool. But yeah, anything that was actually like, I mean, probably some of the things might be worthwhile. My Molten Strikes. My old stuff. Why does Shade's Command look like that? That's not how it looks. The picture's funny. I logged into my character on trade and someone bought like all my stuff that was listed for 1 alterations and I had to unload my stuff, Marshall. Very funny. But yeah, so if you like, hello, Rocco. So that's a different character too. Like you can always start Wintertide and then go into that character. All the notes and stuff for it was on my builds. I don't have a full build like I do the other thing, but I have like what I did. So you can always look there if you want to. I want to say Grafa also made an actual League Start guide thing for it. And I didn't do any more updates after day 4. I realize that now. So I can always import the character and put it on there. Which I'll do now. Can't remember if I got onslaught or not. I'm just gonna leave that off. Everything else is fine. There we go. And then I will export this. Oop, that's wrong spot. Casual's cost my marriage. I have no balance, so all in is fine. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have to, if you get addicted, then take a step back. It'll be all right. Oh, cool. Okay, this is the character. It's very similar to the layout of what you have with Cold Dot. Obviously, some changes would have happened. For instance, we don't have refracting fog anymore, so you can't do stuff like this. And obviously, you wouldn't go. Wintertide doesn't go into like Herald stacking, so you do normal Wintertide stuff and then change to this whenever you get the gear and you're happy with it. I would say the gear that I would look out for the most part, is Lost Unity Ring if you want to do what I just did. Is number one. And then ideally try to make your helmet. Once you have those two items, you can pretty much do Pivot Brand for the most part. The extra explode on the chest is really nice as well, but you can get that if you're in trade, you can get that in other places as well. Alright, Rocco's being mean to us, so we're gonna sit. There we go. Right, that's just an example of a more late game thing you can do with Elementalists. And in trade, you could do a lot more with it. Hey, finally home! Woo! In trade, you have like a lot more options, obviously. There's someone in my Discord, BearShare, who was playing trade alongside it while I was doing that and showcasing his what he did and stuff. Welcome home, Ghazi. Wait, it's the weekend. Oh, you're just out doing stuff like socially? I was like, wait, you didn't work today. I can't see what you're saying because Rocco decided to step in front of the monitor. Hi, buddy. I saw my family, then when I got home, I got called for a leak. Oh, so you had to go to work? Got it. You get paid like overtime or anything like that for working on weekends? Rocco, please don't be a menace and mess with that stuff. I'll be making my time during front barbecue tonight. Speaking of my wife, I'll spark up for dinner. Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy barbecue. That sounds awesome. Thank you for stopping by. I'm off tomorrow and Monday, but I'll be back streaming Tuesday onward for launch. So feel free to come back and ask questions. Um, or you can always talk to me in the Discord. We talking there a lot right now about POE stuff. Now to leave early for Friday for launch? Hell yeah. They say launch also starts like pretty much right when you get home anyway, so this will give you a little more prep time to jump into queue and stuff, hopefully. Yeah, enjoy your family dinner. Sweet, sweet, delicious barbecue and hanging out with the fam. Why taunt me with it? Oh shit, an honor home. I mean, obviously, on League Start, I would take this. I would try to four link it, force like a four link it, and I would just use that for pretty much the entire rest of the campaign. Okay, I can only three link it right now. I mean, I can put my heralds in there. I don't have Thunder on right now, so I have to put a different thing in there. Flame Surge. You win. Sugar Client, unethical? Nah. Nah. Pretty sure I got an honor home last League Start too. Following campaign. What did you get for food, Marshall? Chinese? Vibrator client? There we go. That's what we're talking about. Look at that damage, though. It's good. Sure, Tatai's already in maps, but he would have been in that anyway, no matter what I played. I could play the exact same build, he'd be in maps. That'd still be in Act 2. Large order of shrimp fried rice? You tell me a shrimp fried this rice? Alright. And a large order of covering goons? Did you get only appetizers and rice? You sound like that sounds like an order my wife would do. She's really big into just getting appetizers for our meal, like multiple appetizers. Also, she's really into crab rangoons. pick up life, I guess, for now. I want to start picking up fire nose right away, and then I don't have. I'm not doing ignite yet. Shrimp fried rice, at least the place, the shrimp with and veggies. Oh, so it's not like really cheap on the shrimp. It's fair. I prefer pork fried rice, I think, for the most part. I like those little chunks of pork, the little cubes. I don't know what about it, man. It's really good. But I mean, I'll eat most fried rices. I mean, I'll eat shrimp fried rice, chicken fried rice, house fried rice, which is just like everything thrown together. Egg fried rice is a banger. Obviously not like as a full meal itself, but still delicious. I love fried rice. All right. So I think for me, League starts between two builds. There's two wolves inside of you, chat. One wolf is Wintertide brand, obviously. The other wolf is EK Ignite. Both are elementalists, obviously. But I think what's gonna really hinge on it is what kind of buffs are they gonna give to dot non-ailment dots? Or if it's ailment dots included in the buffs, that just pushes it also more into favor of EK Ignite. Plus, if I can convince Ghazi to play Wintertide, kind of like I'm playing Wintertide to update it at the same time, you know? I'd be like, Ghazi, test this out. Throw a gem at him. One wolf is Gate Knight? Yeah. They're technically both Gate Knight, but yeah. Or, one's Gate Cold Out, I guess. Ow! Is that I don't know if I want to use the trans gem for just the no having to aim thing. Or if I want to use the regular version. No one will ever know. That's local increased fizz, right? Doesn't increase like this DPS. Sag. Oh, I need to make the survey for league names. Let me actually go look at the forums real quick and see what we ended up with. 21 responses. Beyond signed up, surprisingly. 11 responses for league names. So we got something smells fishy, tiny PP havers, 8 == D tilde. It's for my wife. We have distinguished exiles. We have RF if KF totems gets nerfed. We have radiate shadow or slinky fishy. We have always be flickin'. We have yo, can I get that? We have boat league. We have curse of the fishy vibes. We have no clue, love you. And then we have just a minus sign. Who put in just a minus sign? Vibrators go deep. I would love to do vibrator branded stuff, but since it's a co-host thing, I don't think Fishy wants it to be vibrator branded. Beyond put the minus sign. Mick put no clue, love you. Thank you, Mick. I wonder who. Yeah, it could be anybody. Yeah, are you playing the private league now? Are you just like undecided, still bouncing back and forth between to do or to not to do? Honestly, boat league wins. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Fishy and be like, all right, which ones are our favorites out of these? So we'll put them in a survey. Not all those are going into the survey. So, boat league's probably fine. I probably won't put tiny PP havers on there. Sorry for my wife who was looking forward to that being the name of it. I don't want to do that one. There's a lot of pedophile stuff happening in the world right now, and any kind of file I don't want to be part of just because. Brother, no. Brother. Brother. Give me the oats. But out of those specifically, boat league's obviously a banger. We can go with Catfish's suggestion of distinguished exiles. The old man likes to be distinguished. He does not like it when we make a lot of Jorkin jokes. He gets really uncomfortable with it. You guys ever make a Jorkin joke while on Catfish's channel? He blushes. He gets real shy. Like, I never joked a day in my life. It'd be funny if Catfish is here. He is lurking. Hi, Catfish. Well, he's probably streaming, though. Wait. Today's Saturday. He's probably streaming. That being said, even without Ignite, I'm already feeling pretty happy about what's happening on my screen. Like, is there a world where I just skip the Ignite part for early and just go into like either the Herald stacking or the Golem stacking part? That was just so fucking funny. Yeah, he's so weird. They'll talk about like some unhinged stuff sometimes, but you bring up like penis jokes, and he's like, "Ooh woo," like what? Yeah, Beyond's trying to catch him jorking on stream so he can make a jorking gif. And he was like, "I'll never jork it on stream. You'll never catch that." And I was like, "I don't know, bud. You play with your hands below the thing a lot, and then like in your lap. I could easily get a jorking gif from that. You just move funny, and we'll have it."
Chromatic. Transmutation.
If we play EK Ignite though, we're gonna have to do the spellblade thing again. Like, please, if anyone finds it, I need it. Let me know. I need a Vol Rebuke. It's just so much cheap, easy power for like spell damage. Yeah, Beyond, are you playing in the Pirate League? Or did you just want to enter a minus sign as a Justin for a name? Didn't you see the app? What made you change your mind? If it was because I was harassing you about not playing, it's not that serious. I was just poking fun. It's okay if you don't want to play. I understand it. I feel bad if it was if it was my fault. Like if I felt like it pressured you into it or something like that. When do you get Arcanist Brand? 38. You're persuaded league joking. That's true. You could always just not play right away and just join a little bit later when we have like some of your jewels and stuff already ready. To be fair, it does take him like 4 weeks to get out of Vax. Pepega. Um, I guess we could do the Hex Touch Wave of Conviction thing. Hex Touch Wave of Conviction flammability. The Spider Hex. I can help you skip through. I know you don't want to ask, but it's always an option. You can message me privately. I won't even say anything out loud to people. I'll just teleport away and come help you out. You don't have to struggle in silence, you know? You know, you don't have to do that anymore. Probably should have kept some keep levels to my offhand, but now it's too late now. Same thing with this. Those both need to be leveled in offhand. What do you think about EK so far? Any thought havers people lurking about watching? How did it look to you guys? I think I only died a couple times. Hey. We also have faster attacks instead of momentum at this point. What's our best bet for proj speed, though? I guess that's another part to argue about, right? A lot of that's gonna be over here. So what forms of proj speed do we have on items, I suppose, is the other part then? Obviously, you can craft it on some wands, I think. This didn't help me. I thought I was going to list me like different projectile speeds. Oh, here we go. Unique items. Anything down here say speed. Passive skills. These are the ones we know about. It's going to be in areas that we are not in. We can always anoint something. At least. Mystic Refractor has prod speed on it. I mean, extra prod speed, prod damage. Oh, they hit a target and stop, though. They don't pierce or anything. No. Not a lot. Are any of these clusters? What are they going to be a different spot? They're all anointable, so no. Cluster jewel passives. Here we go. So things like aerodynamics. Probably what we'll do. Aerodynamic streamlined. We get tattoo, but this is Dex tattoos, right? I want to try out on Quiz this league too, like energy layer or some shit. What do you think right now? How to get prod speed on the same character that we're already playing, or that we're already leveling? Because prod speed increases how far out they'll go. So if I want like a wider, clear prod speed, good. I'm just trying to see ways to get prod speed on it without having to go like all the way to Ranger area. This is what my suggestion is for anyone in the private league or anyone in general, to be honest. Make a list of the things that you're excited about, and then just pick one, and that's your starter. And then you have already a list of things to try out this league as you find pieces for it, kind of thing. I would, especially in a private league, I would look for something that is you either already know you like or something that is well tested, so that you don't end up in a situation where you're frustrated because you can't like farm basic stuff. Because some builds are just better with like certain level uniques, stuff like that, or certain like drops. Pick one. How? Like this. Just. Oh, that's the one. And there you go. You can get prod speed on I know on this because I got it for Spark when I did it, right? That's quivers. We can prod speed gloves. That's a good way to do it too. We can make it's like Spark gloves, but for EK. So instead of making a hat, we can make gloves as an option, maybe. I'll land on a joke about that. Get the rolling wheel out, roll it, and see what lands on, and that'll be what you do. That's just the best way to play the game. All right. So this is dexterity tattoos for the tattoo. I don't take any. Well, this won't be here, right? And I'm not sure necessarily we're going out this way, though we might as well. I mean, it's similar structure. So we'll have only one dex tattoo. We could do more of an evasion base, I guess, and go more this way, but that doesn't help with the ignite stuff. I guess ignite only stops here. Down here is all like armor, ES stuff. And block stuff. And we totally could just avoid getting this. This is only a little bit. Right? So we pick up Fire Mastery here if we need to. We could also loop through here instead of going up over here if we need to. That's actually more expensive though, that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. No, it's actually just cheaper. So we can go through here if we want to grab the EO and stuff. Then again, we wouldn't be down here if we're not going to block, right? So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is cheaper this way. Unless we're going all the way down here, which we wouldn't if we're not going to block. Build wheel. Why is it not working? Should I make a command for build wheel? Sounds like a fun thing to do. We have to find those wheels. If anyone finds the links to those wheels from we used last time, or finds a new one that is updated with like new stuff, I'll make a build wheel thing. Yeah, so if we want to go proj stuff, we could always go further this way, I suppose. I don't know. We'll see. I am not feeling good. Great, grapes will make it better. So what I'm hoping it happens is, like Monday, they're like, cold dot changes. That something to self chill, chat. Winter weave already. Well, Monday, I'm hoping they drop the changes for dot stuff, or like Sunday night, and it's like so freaking cool. I'm just like, fuck everything else, wintertime, baby, or like some other kind of cold dot. You can always also not use build wheel and just make a command that has all the options and randomizes it. I don't know if that's an option I can do with that bot or not. It just like gives you a random combination, and that's your build. Whew. But what, God, you could always do the EB Firestorm of the Meteor build. I was talking about it when we were reading through the gym changes. It's like, oh, Firestorm actually got some cool buffs this league. I wonder if Godsey's interested in playing it. Kick pass roulette. Main skill sweep. Style direct. What does that mean? What does direct mean? Tennessee Juggernaut. I'm a ranger. You also have to get Orbs of Regret. So you can be like, I don't like that, change it. Siphoning Trap. I quit. Ice Trap. What the hell? Ice Shot. Okay, workable. Do I get 3 for each thing, or do I get 3 through the whole thing? I have 1 left, so it's 3 for the whole thing. Ice Shot Penetration. Style. Totem Mine. Oh, direct means just like directly using the skill, so I have to do a Totem Ice Shot of Penetration Ranger. There's also Mine, Trap, and Direct. I guess like Self Cast is what this would probably be better named as. Or Self Attack or whatever. I guess Direct matches both. It's whatever. You'll figure it out. A Raider? Now they're just fucking with Marshall at this point. now they're just fucking with Marshall at this point. There's no way someone put Raider on here. I don't even see Warden option. Kill Sirius the Awakener. So we'll just assume Raider means Warden, obviously. Download build card. Alright, let's do one more. This is actually pretty fun. I like this. What's the use of All Orb do? Oh, it rebuilds it automatically for you without rerolls. So now it's a Shadow, Shattering Steel of Ammunition, Direct, Assassin, Kill Sirius. Do one more. It's kind of cool. All right, this is for Ghazi, because there's a Templar here. All right, guys, here's your build for the league launch. You're playing Bone Shatter Templar. Nope. Sunder Templar. Nope. All right, you should be able to roll the same thing twice. Absolution Templar. Oh, it's all the same thing. There's only one. Is there ever the option just to use like the regular version, or do you always have to use transfigured? I guess it gives you. I would say you get the choice because there's no option that says normal on here, right? So I would say that you get a choice between using absolution or absolution inspiration in this instance. Cast on crit absolution. Sorry, can you even use like brands or mines? Okay, so some of this obviously doesn't work out. I don't think you even use that as brands or mines. All right, guys, here's your build. Absolution Guardian. You can ignore the cast on crit thing. Just figured normal. Oh, mine didn't show a normal option. Help. All right, we've all orbed it for you. Now you're Templar Blight, normal Blight. Okay, so it does pop up. Cast on crit Blight, Inquisitor. Your league's over with, bud. The league is sealed and cannot be achieved yet. All right, we got Templar again. It's gonna be better this time, Ghazi. I trust. Cast on crit Blight, yeah, fucking crazy. All right, Bladefall. That's not the worst. Or do you want me to reroll, Ghazi? I think this is the best spot to reroll, unless like you specifically hate like the class. Like I don't want to be Templar kind of thing. We'll keep it. Can I go back if I change my mind? Volleys? I have no idea what the transgems of these do. Normal is there though. You're playing it as a spell slinger? Guardian. Well, you can't use BB. Unfortunately, BB is not on here, so you have to stick with only Bladefall. Alright, let's Vol Orbit. Scion, Explosive Trap, Normal Explosive Trap, Trap. Well, thank God it says Trap and not something else. Ascendant, Kill Serious. Alright, this is cool. I'll post this into the thing. Alright. We are going to probably end a little bit early, though. Because I am not feeling super well. Oh, look, our frames are dropping. This is perfect time. Or it dropped a little while ago. Okay, it's not dropping anymore. But I'm not feeling really well. I kind of have a little EP. A little EP. So let's see. We'll read off the nets. She's playing POE2. Actually, I'm not gonna ref to anybody. I'm so tired. I don't want to talk to anyone else. But we're off tomorrow and Monday, as usual. But Tuesday onward, we will be doing just POE. We're not even gonna take time off unless like we don't feel well. Obviously, next week for league launch. But we want to try to conserve our strength for League launch and League launch weekend, and have as crazy gaming hours for that weekend. But yeah, we're gonna do some planning. Obviously, the Discord talking about builds stuff like that. So feel free to share your ideas in there. And we'll see how things look on Tuesday. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Thank you, my internet, for holding together for the most part today. I appreciate you, internet, so much. Please continue to do the things you do. That'll be it for tonight, guys. Have a good rest of your day, your night, your evening, wherever you are in the world. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye, Gazi. Bye, Marshall. Bye, Beyond.